And good evening, and welcome to the Planning Commission meeting here on July 22nd. It's a different type of room that we have. I've been informed the air conditioning is not working, so bear with us, and if you'd please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. And if I could have the city secretary call roll.
Commissioner Ferris?
Here.
Commissioner Nichols?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds? Here. Commissioner Roundtree?
Here.
Chair Turpel?
Here. And thank you for that. Okay, now is the time for public comments. I have two cards for public comments. I'm assuming they are because the agenda item isn't named in them. So the first person to speak will be Kay Sikra. Did I pronounce that correctly? Yes. Sikra? How do you say it? Okay. I speak for a living, so I can make mistakes. And that'll be followed by Rich Sikra. All right, thank you. Over here at the podium, please. And
is this the right mic, or this one? My husband just told me 5 minutes ago about this meeting, so I'm getting a little head rush here. I wasn't expecting to be speaking. I just wanted to voice my concern about the senior housing that's going up in our front yard, which also happens to be our backyard is actually our side, on the side of our house as well. We're zoned rural exclusive, and we weren't expecting, when we bought the house, for anything like that to go up next to us. We have chickens. I know our neighbors have chickens as well. We have a pool on one side of our house that the senior housing will look down on. We have teenagers. They have parties in their bikinis. Maybe some of your kids are friends with ours, and they're there as well. I just don't like the thought of them being on display. It's kind of sad that already there's been stakes driven into the ground as if our voice doesn't matter, as if we have no say in this. And I'm just aghast that you can buy a property here in Thousand Oaks, and then something humongous like this can go up right next to you. The planning can be changed, and the zoning changed, and I just think it's sad that our neighborhood there has no voice. It does not appear that way anyway. I hope in your hearts you'll change your minds and vote against this. My chickens hope so as well. I guess that's it.
Yes, Ms. Secra,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds has a question for you.
You're
Yes.
talking about the property at Lone Oak and Hillcrest, just east of Verbs Road.
There's going to be, we're at 2118 Hillcrest. We're right where the one across the street will look right down into our
Okay.
pool.
Okay.
And that will be on the hill, hovering, looking down into
I
our
just
pool.
you didn't say where the property
Yeah.
was, and I assumed it was that corner.
Yeah. My son's bedroom is also in full view of whoever moves up on that hill.
Okay.
He's always loved to sleep with his curtains open and view of the pool. It's just
Okay. Thank
sad.
you.
Thanks.
Ms. Secret, Mr. Town has a question that I
Yes.
think is bearless.
Thank you, if you don't mind. Just to clarify, the project that you're describing that you're concerned about, is this at the northeast corner of Lone Oak and Hillcrest, or is it the proposed affordable senior apartment project on the south side of Hillcrest, basically opposite Lone Oak?
It's both.
It's both, okay.
Our house is in full view of both. We initially the one on the hill was going to be 7 residential properties, and we had no problem with that. And the one in the field that was zoned rural, just with our house being rural exclusive, it just does not make sense to put something commercial like that. It's very sad.
Maybe just for the commission and public's information, the project at the northeast corner of Hillcrest and Lone Oak, that project is approved. I believe it's for 7 single-family dwellings. That is now being proposed as an assisted living project. That has not been scheduled yet for commission or council review. It will need to be reviewed by both parties. The other project is a many mansions proposed 82-unit affordable senior apartment project, which is on the south side of Hillcrest. It's on an almost vacant parcel of land. There is one older house on it that's not inhabited right now. That project would require a zone change and a general plan amendment. Again, that project is being reviewed by staff, but it has not been scheduled yet for commission or council, and it will have to be reviewed by both bodies as well. So we're talking about 2 different projects, but they're relatively close to each other on the north and south side of Hillcrest near Lone Oak Drive.
But none of those are before us at this time.
That's correct. They have not been scheduled yet for Planning Commission review, and on both it would be a recommendation to the City Council with the final decision by the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Now, Mr. Rich Secra.
Yes, that was my wife, by the way. So obviously I'm going to talk about the same. There's 2 projects, as you described. One's across the street and one's next door to us. And to go from, like she said, 7 family homes to a proposed, I think it's a 125-unit building across the street and 80 units next door. Without public input, I think is a terrible idea. I think that you owe the city, the residents, the opportunity to vote on something like that. If that's what the city wants as a group, then I won't have any choice. But hopefully, you'll at least give us the opportunity for that. I've been to China, and the way things work there is, if you want to get a job in another city, you have to apply with the other city, or they call them provinces. You can't just get up and move. And I don't want to see things like that happen here. I know it's a huge difference between there and here, but to move to a house about 10 years ago, and I knew there were 2 vacant lots. I checked into both of them, and even at that time, 10 years ago, across the street, it was approved for residential. And it went through, I don't know if it's the same developer or not, but he's been approved, and then it grew over. They started grading, grew over again. The economy went up and down, and now this. So And then next door, the gentleman that lived there passed away last year. I knew Frank pretty well, and he would have a fit if he knew this was going to go on. Just personal aside there. So the one thing I do want to bring up, again, just that I believe there should be a vote on these types of big issues that'll really change the whole way of living there. I would never, ever look for a house that had an apartment next to it. I just, no matter what the price is, so I can't imagine trying to sell the property. I did look, there's 2 pretty good locations in Thousand Oaks. I don't have the exact address, but on Duesenberg, kind of close between the post office and the fire company, where there are, there's office building there, there's other multi-use complexes there. It's about 2 acres closer to the boulevard. I think there's other options. I like the idea of helping seniors. I found out that you can be a senior at 55, so I only have about 5.5 years to go. So the other place is on Caneo School Road. Another, I believe, about 2 acre lot, backs up to apartments, condominiums. I hate to see a residential area, another one, get ruined by having apartments when there's better locations. So the reason I'm coming to this one is just to let more people know. And so far, Many Mansions had a meeting, but I wasn't aware of that in time. So that's all. Just wanted to bring it up and hope that when it does come up that you consider at least putting it out for a vote rather than just an instant zone change.
Mr. Town?
Thank you, Chair. And just in response to the question, both of these hearings by the Planning Commission, by the City Council, are obviously open to the public. They're designed to encourage public comment. I was aware that Many Mansions was going to hold at least one public meeting, which they have. But I would encourage anybody who is interested in these projects, pro or con, to attend those meetings. Again, one will be before this commission, and the other will be before the council. Both will be fully noticed in accordance with the municipal code requirements, which includes a radius mailing and so forth. So there'll be plenty of notice put out for public comment, and I would certainly encourage you to attend both of those meetings.
Sure. Okay. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Seeker, I failed to do this. Could you just once again give us your name and your city of residence for the record?
Richard Secra, and it's Thousand Oaks, California.
Got that. And since that's your wife, I'm assuming she's at the same spot.
Same spot.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
I thought I put that on there. All right.
Okay, can I have the Mr. Town?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of additional written comments and announcements, supplemental packets, staff did issue a supplemental packet for tonight's meeting this afternoon. It has additional background information on agenda item 6B, which is the Peaceful Pets Aquamation proposal provided by the applicants. And then also we included 2 comment letters on the housing element from Kathy Brudnicki and Brian Trushinsky, both of whom indicated they would not be able to attend tonight's meeting but wanted to provide their comments for your review and consideration. And that's all I had at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Town. And with that, could I ask the City Secretary to call Case 6A?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6A regarding case LU 2007-70388, Z 2008-70630, PMW 2008-70309, OTP 2008-70329, LTP 2008-70328, and DP 2008-70122. Applicant, Compatible Electronics. Request, to approve mitigated negative declaration number 288, allow change in land use designation from residential to industrial, merge 3 lots into single lot of record, transplanting of an oak tree and a landmark tree, and construction of an industrial building. Location, south side of Conejo Ridge Road, approximately 600 feet from Willow Lane.
Thank you very much, and I believe Mr. Chua, sorry, I'm looking used to looking that direction. You're going to have the floor this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Turpel, members of the Commission. For your consideration tonight, a couple of 6 applications, basically. 2 of them requires legislative action. So for this particular case, the Planning Commission's role is to make a recommendation to the City Council. As mentioned earlier, the Planning Commission is requested to make recommendation to City Council on MND 288, the General Land Use Amendment from low density residential to industrial for 1 lot, zone change from RE 13 PR to M1 for 3 of the lots, and construction of an industrial building. The parcel map waiver is for the merge of 3 lots into a single lot of record. The landmark tree and the oak tree permits are for the transplanting of a toyon tree, which is a landmark tree, and an oak tree. The aerial on the screen shows you the location of the property. Across the street is the gym, the Conejo Spectrum Gym. On the north end of the north side of the building will be the PTS Furniture. To the south of the building is an industrial building, industrial office building, and to the far left on the screen would be the RV storage. This shows you the site plan, the proposed site plan for the property. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong slide. The access to the property would be through a private road, which is an existing private access on taking access off of Conejo Ridge Avenue. The parking lot will occur along the frontage of the property. The building would be right behind the parking spot, the area, and there will be a testing pad at the east end of the property of the project. This is a picture of the site taken from Conejo Ridge Avenue looking south. And this is the actual frontage of the property. This is another view to give you a better idea of the area. The subject application, the subject application belongs to a parcel, assessor's parcel number, which consists of 10 legal lots. For your information, an assessor's parcel number is only a way for the assessor's office to collect taxes. They can include 10 or single lot on the property. In this case, there are 10 legal lots under one assessor's parcel number. This project entails only 3 of the 10 lots. This is the assessor's parcel map showing the 10 lots that belongs to the same assessor's parcel number. Only the front ones, 16, 17, and 18, the top of the screen, will be part of this project. Lots 16 and 17, which are the front lots, are both designated industrial, while the lot at the back, which is lot 18, is designated as low-density residential in the city's general plan land use element. The amendment to the general plan is necessary because lot 18's designation as a residential use is not consistent with the industrial that's in the area. Most properties on Conejo Ridge Avenue are designated as industrial. Lot 18 is appropriate for development in conjunction with Lot 16 and 17, which is here. As you can see, the yellow area right there would be the designated low residential use. The gray area right above it is the industrial designation. Measure E was passed by the City Council in 1996. What it is, basically, it is that it requires approval if a general plan amendment results in the increase of housing density, which was established back in 1996. The approval of this general plan amendment would actually reduce housing capacity by 2 units, bringing the unused capacity to 407 units. So this does not require voter approval. This application basically does not require voter approval. All the lots are zoned RE13 PR. RE means rural exclusive, 13 meaning 13,000 minimum lot square footage, and PR meaning protected ridge. The zoning is currently inconsistent with the general plan designation, which is industrial. Industrial basically is for industrial uses. Designation for lot 16 and 17 and proposed for lot 18. So for lots 16 and 17, where the applicant is proposing to rezone it to M1, which will be consistent with the general plan designation, and we are doing a general plan amendment for lot 18 to make everything consistent with the general plan and zoning. Most properties along the Conejo Ridge Avenue is zoned M1. This next screen shows you the zoning map for the area. As you can see, the M1 zoning is on the Conejo Ridge area, while the RE13 is on the other side of the street. The zone change is necessary because the residential zoning on the property right now does not allow construction of industrial building. The proposed zoning is the proposed M1 zoning is consistent with the current zoning on the properties along Conejo Ridge Avenue. The lots are not subject to the city's PR development standard, which is protected ridge standards, because the actual project will occur beyond 300 feet horizontally from the Conejo Ridge, which is a protected ridge, and beyond 100 feet vertically from the same ridge. The building is proposed to have a little bit less than 8,000 square feet. As a breakdown, 6,200 square feet would be manufacturing, and 1,700 square feet would be for ancillary office. The building will be stepped into the hillside, and the testing pad would be towards the east side of the subject site. This is the building elevation, basically consistent with other industrial buildings that's approved in the city. The building height has an average of 31 feet, and it's 110 feet away from center line of the street. The minimum standard for height requirements based on the city's standard is 35 feet, and the setback from center line requirement is 100 feet. So as you can see, it meets both requirement. The grading will occur generally in a previously cited graded pad. The requirement would be 18,000 cubic feet of export with no fill. Some off-site grading is necessary, where the applicant has already obtained permission from the concerned property owners. 7% of the entire site, which is about 4,100 square feet, is I'm sorry, the 7% of the entire site will be entailed by the proposed encroachment into the 25% slope. As you can see in your screen, the gray area on the site plan, on the grading plan, represents 25% slope or greater. The building is sited on the flat portion of the pad. The parking area has the greatest encroachment into the 25% slope. However, that slope is right next to Conejo Ridge, not a significant slope and not very prominent. The building has a minor encroachment at the very back into the 25% slope. The retaining walls. The tallest retaining wall proposed would be located behind the building, and this is not visible in the right-of-way, from any right-of-way. Basically, they need the 25-foot retaining wall because if they try to comply with the city standards with wall breakup of walls, limiting it to 6 feet in height, then there will be more encroachment within the 25% natural terrain. The other walls that has a little exposure are mitigated by stepping them, trash enclosure, and elevation difference between the pad itself and the street, Conejo Ridge. The staff supports the deviation in the maximum wall height standard because they are not really visible from the street, and the 25-foot wall is right behind the building. This 25-foot high wall is the same approach that was taken on the building next door. So just to bring it out. As far as the slope is concerned, we have a slope that varies from 10 feet high to 33 feet high. Maximum slope ratio is 1.5 to 1. The city's grading ordinance limits the slope height to 25 feet, so we have a deviation of 8 feet and a slope ratio of 2 to 1. The deviation is necessary so that the project will minimize encroachment within 25% slope. Staff is supporting the slope and the slope height and design because of the limited developable area on the property, and at the same time these slopes have limited visibility. This is the property that I mentioned earlier, where they provided a wall. This wall is actually 35 feet. They did this to reduce encroachment into the 25% slope. This is the adjacent property to the south. The access road will be located on a privately owned parcel, and that parcel has been previously disturbed. The maximum gradient for the for that access road will be 11% leading to the parking area and 12% leading to the building itself. City standard for city's maximum driveway for commercial and industrial is 7%. So both of them exceeds the city standards by 5%. Why is staff supporting this road design? Because this is the only way to do it. There's no other way to develop the property without that required deviation. The driveway gradient is acceptable to both the public works and the fire departments. As far as access road is concerned, it is the developer is required to provide street improvements along the frontage of the property. As you can see in the previous maps, the property would go around the slope, and into the properties to the rear. At this time, we're not requiring the applicant to provide the street improvement because the street improvements will require encroachment further into 25% slope. What we are requiring them, though, is to participate in the future improvement if in case properties to the south are to be developed. Based on the breakdown of the floor area, the project will require 19 parking spaces, and they are the applicant or the developers providing 21 parking spaces. The freeway corridor guidelines by the city is a standard is a guideline by the city for applicable to properties which are 1,000 feet away from the freeway. This project is only 800 feet away from the freeway, so it is subject to that development standard. The project is not visible from the freeway, not prominently visible. There are existing buildings and landforms that blocks it from view from the freeway. So staff believe that it is compatible with the guidelines on freeway corridors. This is a view of the property, which is barely visible from the 101 freeway. A building color. The applicant is proposing a dark gray as primary wall color. The city's architectural design guidelines requires that materials and colors be compatible with the natural and man-made environment. So it also states that earth tone colors should be used on primary building wall. The richer colors or the dark colors be limited to trims, inlays, and other accent features. This shows the color board and the gray material that is being proposed for the building. This is a building this is the Cuneo Spectrum Health Club, gym. This is tan in color. This is the PTS Furniture building. This is the building next door adjacent, which has a white, a little bit white with a shade of gray. This is the building across the street to the southwest. So as you can see, staff is not supporting the gray color because of the fact that our architectural design guidelines require colors and materials to be compatible with the natural and man-made structures in the surrounding area. There are 3 lots involved in the lot merger. This is necessary to accommodate the construction of the industrial building and the testing pad. Merging of the lots will actually reduce encroachment into 25% or greater natural terrain. This is, as you can see, the light green shade or the green shade there are the 3 lots that are to be merged to become a single lot. The applicant is proposing to transplant 1 oak tree and 1 toyon tree on site. We have our oak tree consultant here, and he made a determination that both trees are not good candidates for transplanting. Normally, we would want them to save the trees. In this case, it's not a good idea to save the trees because of the rocky terrain. The toyon trees survivability is for transplanting is between 10 to 20%. The oak tree is on a slope, so by transplanting them, we need to find a location on site where it will have a similar slope. In this case, staff is not recommending transplanting of the tree because of the fact that to find a location for that tree, we're going to need to encroach into more 25% slope. That means encroaching into grading and digging into 25% slope with a small chance of survivability for the trees. Staff, however, is recommending that the oak tree to be removed be replaced with 3 replacement oak trees, one 36-inch box tree and two 24-inch box. And the Toyon replacement would be 6 15-gallon trees. This is the picture of the oak tree that is to be removed. And this is the Toyon tree, which is to be removed. It's located on the pad area where the building is to be constructed. After preparing an initial study, the staff has deemed that there be less significant. The impacts of the project is less than significant level with mitigation. So mitigated negative declaration 288 was prepared. The general plan amendment and the zone changes are compatible with the land use and zoning designations in the area. It is extremely difficult to develop the property without the requested waivers as far as the slope height and the retaining wall heights is concerned. Therefore, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council to adopt MND 288 and approve LU 2007-70388, Z 2008-70630, DP 2008-70122, PMW 2008-70309, LTP 2008-70328, and OTP 2008-70329. Staff is ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chua. And questions of the Commission? Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you. It's mentioned in here about the zone change. We're going from rural exclusive protected ridgeline overlay to M1. And you said that the development standards are applicable to projects within 300 feet horizontally and 100 feet vertically of the crest of the protected ridgeline. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And you're saying that the project as designed isn't within that. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Actually, the project is about 20 to 30 feet lower than that 100 feet buffer for a vertical distance to the nearest ridge, and that is on a conservative estimate by staff. Now, as far as the horizontal distance is concerned, it's about 60 or 90 feet beyond that 300 feet. So it's about almost 400 feet away from the horizontal distance to that protected ridge. That's why staff deems that the property, the PR designation should be removed from that from the subject property.
Okay, so that's the primary thing I just want to try and get an understanding of. Is that so? I'm looking on this is attachment 2, which is the zone change, page 49. I don't know if it's of the packet or of the case. But it shows the zone change of the striped area of going from the REPR to M1, and the rest of it remaining the REPR. Is that because the zone application before was sort of just one, and we're just one application of REPR, and we're just carving out a part?
No, that's for the general plan amendment.
No, I'm looking at the zoning map. I do understand.
Oh, the zoning map? Okay.
Yeah, I understand the general plan difference of lot 18 going from low density to industrial.
Yes.
I'm just trying to get an understanding. Was the application of the REPR zone, was that sort of one thing? It's hard to tell whether. Trying to get an understanding of this is that there was a reason why the city council had applied the PR zone to this particular property, and was it because it was one big huge property and they put the PR zone over all of it? Now we're kind of subdividing that part, and because this particular project doesn't meet within that, that's why it's okay to leave it out of the PR?
When staff looks at the parcels in consideration, let's say including it in the open space zone or zoning changes or general plan amendment, I'm sorry, not zone changes, but general plan amendment, normally what it is staff's looking at the parcel based on the assessor's parcel number. Now, I brought up earlier that this parcel consists of 10 lots. The actual lots that the open space element or the PR element is trying to protect here are the ones towards the top, which is, if you look at your map right there, 19 to 20 and 5, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, as we mentioned earlier, only 3 of those lots, the bottom ones, are the ones being subject of this development. And they are beyond that 300 and 100-foot buffer from the...
I understand that. Now, the question I had was, how did those 3 lots ever get the PR designation in the first place? And was it because they were all part of a bigger parcel and we just put it on the whole thing?
Yes.
And now we're subdividing it out and we're being a little bit more explicit on the zoning and what's being protected, and that's the reason why it's okay.
Okay, we're not actually subdividing it. What it is that there are 10 legal lots under this parcel. We're just separating them. The assessors...
When I said the word subdivided, not imply that we're subdividing lots. So it's sort of like so we're dividing the zones that are being applied on this assessor's lot.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
Maybe I could just jump in here. The bottom line is that it's one assessor parcel, so the PR overlay was applied to the entire parcel. But from an actual physical planning standpoint, we looked at it really carefully and conservatively. And these 3 parcels are, as Mr. Chu mentioned, they're actually 30 feet below the 100-foot vertical, and they're 90 feet away from the edge of the 300-foot horizontal measurement. So these 3 parcels are not subject to those standards because of their physical location. Every one of the other parcels, every one of the other lots within this assessor parcel would, I'm pretty sure, be subject to those standards.
Right, and that explains it for me. The primary reason for asking the question was City Council had gone through a process of looking at what gets applied, and I just want to make sure that what we're doing here doesn't go counter to what they were trying to do. And it sounds like that what they tried to do before was they just applied it to the one big huge parcel and it happened to include these 3 lower ones. And as we look at it, it's probably not appropriate to have that protection put on it. Is that okay? Is that a fair thing to say?
That's fair.
Okay. Thanks. That was my question.
Any other questions? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For a relatively small project, this has a lot of moving parts to it. Thank you for taking the time to explain it. However, I do have a short shopping list of questions, if I could. Is the Conejo Ridge Road, you said, actually a private parcel or separate lot as opposed to a public road?
Conejo Ridge Road. I'm sorry. If you're referring to that Conejo Ridge Road as the small strip of parcel that's running from the top of the screen to the side, yes, that's a privately owned road, and it's owned by the applicant. But Conejo Ridge Avenue itself, where Conejo Spectrum is located, that's a public road.
Okay. And that being the case then, since it's not a public right-of-way or public road, when you talk about requiring certain street improvements along the frontage, is that applicable to private roads as well as public right-of-way?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. Next thing, I noticed in the open space element, it refers to this particular parcel as having key open space resources and should be preserved by the city. It seems to be in conflict with this proposal. Could you please clarify that for me?
This is the same as Commissioner Ferris asked earlier. Like we said before, when we obtain the properties and include them in the open space layer or open space area, we take it by parcel. not by individual lot number, or because our record is clear. Where we base our records on the assessor's parcels, not the individual tract maps. So, as explained to Commissioner Ferris earlier, that this was lumped into one parcel as part of the 10 parcel lot. But these 3 lots right here are not actually part of that open space. It's not the intent to include these 3 parcels.
Okay, I understand.
Because of the
So this logical separation would also apply to the open space resources as much as to zoning or any of the other issues at stake then?
yes.
Okay. Since the remaining parcels are still zoned residential, it seems to be there would be a potential conflict for a testing pad to be right next to a potential residential backyard. Has that been evaluated at all as far as what actual testing will be taking place, and could there be conflicts there?
The applicant will be testing some electronic equipment that needs open air testing. So this is the area where they identified to be most where it will be most compatible. Staff does not see any conflict in that, because any houses that be located here, if there is one to be developed on that area, would be a little farther up and higher than the property, and it will maybe shielded by the way the project would be graded. So we can't tell at this point exactly, because there's uncertainty on how the other properties will be developed.
I understand that, but typically when we go through the zoning process, don't we try to segregate zoning so there are somewhat buffers and we don't put residential right next to industrial?
Well, in this particular case, it's quite impossible to do that because of the fact that, as you can see in the general plan, we don't have a buffer. So, we have a residential next to industrial area. So it's kind of quite difficult to do that. What we're doing at this point is just carving out a small portion of that residential to make it, kind of consistent. As you can see, the lines here. Let's see. This gray area here, this hash mark here, would become part of that gray area.
Mm-hmm.
So it's compatible. I mean, it's what. This is the best possible scenario, because if we leave that out as a residential property, what it is there's the potential to develop that as a single family home. It's even going to be much closer to the operation of this building, this industrial building.
Okay.
So,
in reference to the retaining walls, you mentioned, I'm not quite sure what the total quantity is of retaining walls, but the one thing I'm still trying to get a logical kind of configuration in my mind. The adjacent property has got a 35-foot retaining wall, and now we're going to be putting this building next to it with a 25-foot retaining wall. Does a 25-foot one go right next to the 35-foot one? It seems I'm a little bit confused with how that's going to be arranged.
we have the applicant here to explain how they're going to transition the retaining walls, but what it is that some of the retaining walls to the east side of the adjacent building, which is to the right of this property, if you're looking at it from Conejo Ridge Road, some of them will be taken down, so that there's going to be a transition of retaining walls and slope between the two properties.
Okay, yeah, that was a little confusing part for me. And I guess lastly, as I start off, I said there's a lot of moving parts here. I mean, we're talking about a lot merger, a zone change, general plan amendment, land use change, 25% slope encroachment, protected tree impacts, off-site grading, retaining walls exceeding the height limits, and access road exceeding the grading limits. I'm just wondering how you put that package together and the staff can support it with all that.
Well, this is, I don't know if you remember the three houses that we developed, the Brazier project last year. A very difficult project, same thing. It's impossible to develop the property. It's impossible to have, for the applicant to have reasonable and conforming use of the property without the requested deviation from standards. The zone change is necessary. The general plan amendment is necessary. Just so, although we have a lot of applications involved in this project, overall, if you look at the project itself, it's compatible with what's going on the street along Conejo Ridge Avenue. And it's quite impossible. You can't develop this property because of the topography, because of the shape of the lots. It's quite impossible to build an industrial building on one of the lots. We're going to have some sort of a lot merger to provide more room, to provide parking spaces, to provide the building area, and to provide the testing area for the project. It's quite impossible to do that without merging the lots. And at the same time, you want to look at it this way. If this were to remain without a zone change, if this were to remain RE13 PR, you can build 3 individual houses for each individual lots, which will require more encroachment into the 25% slope. So by merging them and allowing them to build a pad on the flat area, we are actually protecting more 25% or greater natural terrain.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I'll just leave it at that. And one last clarification. Are the architectural design guidelines recommendations or requirements?
It has been the city's policy to stick with the guidelines. Normally the architectural design guidelines staff always sticks to it. Basically, we can deviate from some of our guidelines. Let me give you an example of where we deviate from our guidelines, the RPD standards, where we require space allocation formulas. It's quite impossible for somebody building, let's say, a townhouse or an apartment complex to strictly stick with the guidelines. So we give a variation from the guidelines. We support it. Now, in this case, to answer your question, a color of a building is not something that's impossible for the applicant to comply with. It's not going to be a hardship issue. It's not going to be a design issue because, following the guidelines at this time, for this particular project, will not require or will not impose undue burden on the part of the applicant. So there are times then we can deviate from the guidelines depending on the situation, and staff believes that this is not one of those situations where we can recommend deviation from the guidelines.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's
You're
it for
welcome.
now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roundtree? You good? Commissioner Reynolds? Mr. Ferris? Okay, good. Then, Mr. Chu, thank you very much. And I have one card on this. It's for the applicant, of course, and come up, and Mr. Scribner. State your name and city of residence, and you have 15 minutes, I believe. I don't have my cheat sheet here, so I'm guessing.
Excuse me. I'm Neil Scribner, architect for the applicant. And unfortunately, my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Shaw, could not be here this evening, so they asked me to proceed without them. My clients have bought the property. They currently have a business called Compatible Electronics in Orange County. They want to move here. This property is perfect for them. So they're going to move their company. In fact, they're going to move up. They're going to bring their family and provide a few jobs for the community. The business that they have is a quiet and clean, would be considered quiet and clean. So they're really not going to impact the environment whatsoever. The building site is about 1.42 acres. 45% of the site will be open space or landscaped. The building only covers 12%. The reason for that, of course, is because it's an extreme site, very difficult to develop. I worked on this site for years. We had a larger building before. I really felt good when this client walked in acquired the property and wanted to downsize to the smaller 8,000 square feet, which is a very small industrial building. But fortunately, it fit their use, and we were able to tuck it into the hill. If you follow the view corridor guidelines, the freeway guidelines, it actually requires that we tuck buildings in the hills, not sit them on the hills. We tuck them in, and that's exactly what we've done here. That requires some grading. It costs some money. It requires some retaining walls. But as Mr. Chua says, the walls here are all hidden behind the building. You won't see them. If you drive down Conejo Ridge today, there's a 35-foot wall, which is probably the highest in the city. You don't see it because it's behind the building. And we're doing exactly the same thing. We're not joining the wall, but we're going to be close to it. And our building's about 70 feet wide, and we'll go across most of the rear of the building. So I think, based on what we've done in the past and the fact that we're hiding the wall, I think it's a very good way to do it, and also to use this site, which is, as I say, an extreme site and not easy to deal with. Industrial, you have a 100-foot setback requirement from the street. We did not ask for relief from that. We could have, I guess, and put the building on the front, but you still have to park somewhere. So if you did that, you probably have an exposed retaining wall in back of the parking. So I think parking in front, the building hiding your retaining wall, set into the hill, I think that's a perfect solution for a piece of property like this. Regarding the building, the front elevation of the building has about 35% of this. I heard dark gray from the staff. I hope you've seen the sample. It's certainly not dark gray. Right next door at the claim jumper, I don't know if you've seen the gray walls there, the painted walls. They're much, much darker than this. P.F. Chang's has painted walls that are darker than this gray that we're presenting. In fact, the stone on those buildings would be darker than what we're presenting here, especially P.F. Chang's. That's a dark building. You don't realize it, and I think here where you have a lot of open space, a building that you don't see until you really come up from Willow Lane, I don't think the gray is going to be dominant at all. I think it'll be a neat color, a very rich color. And as I say, only 35% of the front of the building is this gray tone. 65% of the front of the building is going to be solar gray glass, energy efficient glass. And then we're going to have two satin aluminum canopies, shade canopies over the windows. So you can see we're spending a little money here, and we're a little more elegant, I think, that you normally see in an industrial building. But that's simply because these people, this is their business, and they want to make a good impression when people visit them. You heard the precise design guidelines mentioned tonight. I was happy to be on that committee many, many years ago, where we changed the direction of design in the city and made it more positive instead of negative. It calls for muted earth tones, and if every list I've ever seen of earth tones, we're right in the middle of it. There are darker grays, there are darker browns. As you know, the city is chocolate brown, used to be an earth tone. That's what people thought of, chocolate brown. This is certainly not chocolate brown or that dark. So this is not a dark tone. We're surrounded by light buildings, tilt-up buildings. We do not want to do a light tone tilt-up building. So my client is spending money on this split-face block. It's a nice texture, beautiful block. I don't know if I've used it in other buildings around town. So it's a rich block, and I think it would be beautiful on this building, and I hope you support that. The design guidelines also say you do not have to match the building next door. That's very important. When we wrote the design guidelines, we said we did not want every building to be the same. If you follow the design guidelines, you'll be compatible, but you won't be the same. We don't want people to copy buildings next door. We want them to be distinctive, and yet within the muted tones, soft tones, special design for each building, but still within the design guidelines. So therefore, we're a compatible city, and I think it's working well. We've had it now for 15, 20 years, and I think we're doing just fine with it. the condition that the staff asked for the light tone, which, by the way, they didn't present a color to you. If I have to go back and, discuss this with the staff and work with the staff, I usually lose that because they have all the power at that point. I don't have any. So I ask you support the color, give my client what he's asking for, and I think you'll be very pleased with it. Again, as I say, we do not have to match adjacent buildings. That's very clear in the design guidelines. It's a line right out of there. So at this time, I would be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Good evening, Mr. Scrivener.
Hi.
So are you not agreeing with the staff conditions, especially condition number 27?
26, and I'm asking you to eliminate. I'm
27.
sorry. Is it 27?
27 is the one that deals with the colors.
Well, they asked for a light tone. I thought that was 26. Maybe they changed it. Is it 26 or 7?
It's
The building colors material sample board is condition number 27.
Okay, somewhere in there they asked for a lighter tone. I thought that was 26. Is that?
Mr. Town.
26 is the building height.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's 27 subsection A, where it says the main building wall. It says light earth tone colored split face concrete block in combination with dark accent color as required by the architectural design guidelines. So
I had the old conditions.
Correct.
So that's the one. Whichever one calls for the lighter color, I would ask that you eliminate that.
Okay, and what about instead of replanting the 2 trees, the condition of replacing?
Oh,
and
that's
replacing with trees on site.
all the other
I think it says
conditions are
in the-
acceptable.
Okay, it's just condition number 27 that you are not in agreement.
That's the only one.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Reynolds. Was that it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Scribner had a couple of questions for the staff, and they deferred to your expertise. I'll ask those for you if you could. I had some questions about the testing pad. Could you maybe elaborate more on what actually takes place at this testing pad? It seems to be out there in the open in the top of the hill. Is this going to be secure? What type of activities? If you could please explain that.
It's used extremely rare occasions. It's just when the equipment or whatever they're working with, if it's on a vehicle or something, they have to take it over to the pad and work over there because there just isn't room inside for everything. As I say, it's quiet. There's no noise involved and no toxic materials.
And is it secured in some fashion?
The site?
The testing pad or the site?
It's just an open. There's no fence around it. It's just open.
Is this just a concrete pad?
There's nothing. No, it would not be concrete. It would be probably some surface that they don't use it, of course, when it's dry. They're not going to use it when it's raining. But there's no permanent equipment there. It's just a bare open site. And when they don't have room inside, they go over there and test, and then go back inside.
Seems like that might be an attractive nuisance if it wasn't secured in some way.
Well, you'd be putting a fence around nothing. I mean, there's nothing there.
I suppose, but kids are what they are. Okay. Could you explain also about the 25-foot wall adjacent to the neighbor's 35-foot wall and how that's going to all align so there's not a conflict?
I don't know what the conflict would be. They don't actually join. Theirs stops short, and ours picks up. The back of our building actually retains some, so we kind of go around the corner. The idea is to maintain the natural slope between us and the neighbors, and so we just kind of, where we cut into the hill, we start picking up the, the differential there between the whatever we grade to and what the existing final slope is at the top. So
it'll just blend into the existing wall. There'll be no impacts to that adjacent wall?
Oh, we're not touching it whatsoever.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And what is the proposed haul route for all the soil that'll be excavated?
Proposed? We weren't asked to prepare one. Maybe Mr. Towns can elaborate.
Well, just to mention that, as in all projects, the haul route will need to be reviewed by the Public Works Department in terms of location, hours of operation, to minimize impacts to public streets. So we don't know the haul route yet, but that will be reviewed and must be approved by Public Works.
Okay, all right. And then lastly, Mr. Scribner, I noticed on one of the site plans, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly which one, you referred to a fire department turnaround, but I could not actually find that on the site plan. Could you describe where that is located, or if there, in fact there is one?
Yeah, the private street is actually the turnaround. If you pull into the service area on the north side of this building, and you can back into the street and go back to Conejo Ridge.
So would that be the intersection of Conejo Ridge Avenue and Conejo Ridge Road?
No, Conejo Ridge Avenue comes up from Willow Lane
Yes.
in front of the building. Just before you get to the building, this private street, which is not Conejo Ridge, I think it's Dump Hill, Old Dump Road or something like that.
Okay.
Old Dump Road.
Old Dump Road. Apparently there was a dump up the hills many years ago.
Okay.
But at any rate, that just before you get to the building you turn to the left and go up the hill past the parking lot, and then there's a service area on the north side of the building.
Yes.
Okay, the driveway extends beyond that, so you would either pull into the building and back up the driveway and back out
Okay.
to Conejo Ridge, or you could Conejo Ridge back into the building, and
Okay. Yeah.
either way.
I remember which one you're talking about now. Okay. And you answered the questions about the color, so that was it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichols. Commissioner Roundtree?
One of the challenges of being on this commission is if you don't push your button quick enough, all the questions that we have prepared or I had prepared are asked. So most of my questions have been answered. I do have one question, though, for Mrs. Scribner, in terms of the trees that the city has determined would not be able to be planted in some other part of the property because of soil and so forth. Do you think the client would be willing to take those trees and plant them someplace else in the city?
That would be kind of above and beyond. I don't know. The one tree is, I think it's, as Will said, it's way up the hill. It's kind of difficult to deal with. I don't know. I guess if you want that as part of the approval, I think he'd certainly go along with it.
I'm just trying to look at things. Those trees have been there a while, and we try to do the best we can to either reposition them someplace, either on the property itself or someplace else in the city. So,
well,
if you're open for the idea.
I might point out that both the oak tree consultant, which my client pays for, and the city staff recommend the trees be removed. They say they're not good candidates. Normally, it would cost us a few $1,000s, as you can imagine, to move them. If they're not good candidates and we can't find an exact environment, then they're going to die anyway.
Commissioner Roundtree, I think Mr. Town has some input on that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, our oak tree consultant looked at, and Mr. Campbell is here tonight, Richard Campbell, looked at it and determined that these weren't, that there weren't good locations to transplant these two trees on site. There are the replacement requirement specimens, though, that are required to either be planted on site or off site. We always try to locate those on site, and hopefully Mr. Campbell, upon further review, can find locations for all of these replacement trees. But if not, then we would typically relocate those to a CRPD park site or some other public land where the public can enjoy them. So we will do our best to transplant, to not transplant, but locate the replacement trees on site. And it is, the number of trees is required in either case, whether they're on or off site.
Yeah, I'm referring to the trees that are not likely to make it by being transplanted on the existing property, not the ones we buy at the nursery. So maybe I can ask a question of our oak tree consultant at this time, or would you suggest I ask that at a different time?
No, this would be the good time to do it.
Okay.
So it'd be Mr. Campbell.
Tree, the one oak tree could be transplanted, but it has its branches right to the ground. Be very difficult to get equipment under it and properly transplant it and move it to somewhere directly. You'd have to move it directly, because if you set it aside, it normally takes about 3 months to side box wait for that to get it accustomed to that side boxing, which is, damaging to the tree, and then you bottom box it. And that process would hold up the construction. Then you could possibly take it to another site that has compatible slope and orientation that would be provided for. So it is possible, but the chance of survival is maybe 25 to 50%. The Toyon, they don't transplant well at all, either on-site or off-site. And to replace those, they aren't grown in the nurseries regularly, and usually you can only find 5-gallon trees to replace them with. We're asking for 15-gallon because they can be contract grown during the process of construction. So that's why our recommendation is to replace the trees and not transplant them.
Thanks, Commissioner Roundtree. Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. I just had some follow-up questions regarding the test pad, and I understand your clients aren't here today, but can you describe to me just a little bit about how the test pad is going to be used by your clients? What's the expectation of? We talked about whether equipment's going to be there and how long it might stay. How's it going to be used? Kind of when it is used.
Okay. I don't think I got into as much detail as you probably want, but as I understand it, the purpose is just when they cannot fit the vehicles or what they're trying to test inside the building. And then they need to find a place to place the truck or vehicle, whatever it is, and then just do the testing there. And then, of course, it would, drive away. Nothing's going to be left there overnight.
Okay, so the assumption would be you would start of the day, nothing's going to be on there.
That's right.
They may, during the day, bring something up via vehicle, test it, take it off.
They honestly almost didn't put the site there. They didn't want it to be an issue.
Right.
But they said, from their standpoint, there are a few times when they actually need it, and it'd be nice just to have it there. They need a flat area. They can't do it, on a slope or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only reason for it. Otherwise, I think the use is very seldom. And as I say, there's no mess or anything left there. It's just always a bare spot, a vacant spot, and it would not be a noise issue. It would not be a security or privacy issue.
So would it be fair to assume that there's an expectation that there would be nothing left there, no even semi-permanent things, like someone can't go and take it's not employee parking at some point or anything else?
No, I actually asked that question, and obvious for security reasons, you wouldn't leave any valuable piece of equipment at that location.
Mm-hmm.
You'd either lock it up or you would go somewhere else.
I'll ask staff this, but do you think that if we were to assign some sort of restrictions of use on the testing pad consistent with what you've just described?
I think that's a very good idea.
I'll talk to staff, see if
good
we
idea.
can do that. Thanks.
Mr. Scribner, it looks like going through the packet, it looks like everybody, staff and the applicant, are agreeing on everything except this color issue.
Right.
How much of a deal breaker is that for you? Because when the buildings up there do have is there something else you can do that could be more consistent or have more of the blending with the architectural guidelines as staff has proposed?
Well, this is the guidelines. It says muted earth tones. I've got a list of muted earth tones. The city does too. We're right in there. We're within the city's required colors. So we're not violating anything. The staff, when I asked them why the light color, the only answer I got is because the other buildings around are light. Now, as I say, it says very clearly in the design guidelines, we do not have to match adjacent buildings. My client doesn't want to. And again, if you approve that condition, then I'll be submitting light colors to the staff, trying to get darker. They'll be lighter, and we'll be going on forever. They have the final say, or else I have to come back here. Since there are other buildings in town darker, and the city's on record approving much darker buildings, then I don't see why we can't have it, especially since we're up there The new Bentley building has some dark gray on it, darker than what we're proposing. I mentioned the claim jumper. I mean, I'm not asking for anything you haven't done before. And if we weren't in the muted earth tone range, then yeah, I'd be willing to change. But we're right in there. We're not violating anything. We're just asking for a building, and as I say, only 35% of the front of the building is this gray split face block. The rest is glass and the aluminum canopies. That's it. So it's not excessive.
Okay. And the other thing, and this is because it's not in the packet, but do you know what, just for the sake of conversation, what compatible electronics does?
Just testing of electronic equipment. That's what they do.
Huh.
They probably don't know next month what they'll be testing. I mean, they've been in business for a while, and I'm sorry they're not here. They could certainly tell you more specific, but...
that would have been nice, but...
Yeah.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Any other questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Scribner.
Thank you.
And staff, would you like to respond? Mr. Chu.
Yes, couple of issues. Staff is not requiring the applicant to match the colors of the surrounding buildings. As you can see, we show you pictures of the buildings in the surrounding area. That's white. This kind of has a shade of light brown in it. This one has a very, very light shade of gray in it. This one is obviously brown. So the architectural design guideline states that materials, color palettes should be used color palettes that are compatible with the natural and man-made structure in the area, in the immediate area. Could it be gray? Well, there's no gray in the area. There's no compatibility there. We're not asking the applicant to match the other buildings. One of the options that he can use if he would like to use this color is he could use this for the trim and this color for the main building wall, and that will be compatible with the surrounding instead of having a dark gray building in midst of other earth tone color. I'm not saying that gray is not earth tone. However, it depends on the location. So in this case, this is not the appropriate location for a gray building. BJ's is a tan colored building with brick accent on it. The Bentley has dark gray stanchions. The main building wall, quote unquote, building wall for the Bentley is their display area. It's pretty much glass with gray support columns and trims. The claim jumpers. Okay, so we're talking about a single building here, which is going to be gray. As far as claim jumpers is concerned, that particular development, basically the lakes, has established its own motif. This is not using just one color. That I know they have different colors in that area, but there's a motif of different colors that complement each other. In this case, if we put a gray building in that area, it will stand out. And it is the intent of the architectural design guidelines for any building to be compatible with the surrounding natural and man-made environment. As far as the restriction that Commissioner Ferris has mentioned earlier, yes, we can put a restriction on the property which requires them to, which basically bars any other structures on the building pad, and at the same time prevent or bar or prohibit any outdoor storage. As far as the nature of the building, the business is concerned, their business is to test electronic equipment. They certify testing. Somebody would build or invent something, an electronic equipment, and their job is to certify it. So there are some instances where they will require outdoor testing certain distance to test the equipment. So an outdoor pad is necessary for them to provide that outdoor testing. If not, they're probably going to end up in the street. So they will not have a safe area to safely conduct that testing that they require. I mean, as far as I'm told, they normally do this very seldomly. So in case that only if they need outdoor testing. So it's very, very seldom. But if they do need it, they need a pad for it. So that's all I have.
Questions of staff? Commissioner Ferris.
All right, thank you for elaborating on that potential restriction there, because one thing I'm thinking of is that if, for example, they do approve some sort of development of residential lots above there, people moving into those areas, buying those lots, are going to want to know what's allowed use on the properties, and so without any restriction on there, they're not going to know what the expectations are. So you said it's basically no outside storage?
Yes.
Or structures.
Yes.
And can we also say, I mean, obviously temporary parking of test vehicles or testing equipment or something is okay, but I want to get away from allowing employee parking or something because it's convenient to have someone park up there.
You know what? Driving a vehicle up there is a little bit going to be challenging because if they have to drive vehicle up there, they're going to have to negotiate a 20% transition grade. They're going to have to provide a surface that's approvable. That the public work has to approve. From what it was explained to me a couple of months back by the applicant, they're saying that they're just going to haul equipment out there. These are portable equipment, no vehicle-mounted equipment. So they mostly foot traffic going to that particular pad. So if we impose a restriction saying that you can't put a vehicle out there, then that's part of the outdoor storage.
Yeah.
So we can certainly impose a condition as part of this requirement, depending on how far the city attorney is gonna allow us to.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cho, would there be any implications for ADA disability access to this pad if there's no compliant access routes?
Obviously, I mean, I don't think that ADA is required because it's a pad. There's no building permit for it. The ADA is required as part of access into the building. Mm-hmm. It's not part of a it's not required. I mean, a short answer is no.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Roundtree, you good? For now. Okay. The question, and I should have probably looked at the plans a little bit closer. How big is that pad?
You know what? You got me.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 35 by 70? Yes. It's about 35 by 70.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I needed.
Yeah.
Any other questions of staff?
Thank you.
All right. Then with that, I'm going to... Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Roundtree, go ahead.
Change my mind.
Okay.
Not to beat up a dead horse here about the color. It seems like there's some flexibility here. So when you use the word in condition number 27, light earth tone, and then I look at the PTS building, to me, okay, not a design major here, that doesn't look light. That looks like my grandmother's molasses. So I can understand Mr. Scribner's confusion over light earth tone. To me, that's not light earth tone. Where do you...
Well, that's understandable. I mean, probably not in the intent that staff is not sure whether this has been approved as it is. I mean, people can come in and paint a building the way they want it and, not get the city's attention to it. The reason why I put those pictures out there is just to show you what kind of color tones are out there along that street. So, they are all in the light gray or light brown, light gray, white color. And if we put something of a gray in that area, staff believe that it will be incompatible. Now, like I said before, they can switch the colors. They can use the light color as part of the main wall and the gray to be the accent and the trims. So it's up to the commission. It's opinion. It's staff's opinion that the gray will stand out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chu and Commissioner Roundtree. Any other questions? All right, then I'm going to go. Okay, Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that Mr. Scribner can hear this before he comes up for rebuttal, this is a draft condition regarding the testing pad. The applicant agrees that any electronic equipment testing on the pad will be conducted during daylight hours, and further agrees to remove all equipment, including vehicles, from pad by the end of business or not later than 7 p.m. each day. No structures or storage of materials are permitted on the testing pad. So if you can consider that, and then when you come back up, let us know if you're okay with that. And just on the color issue, so that the commission is aware, it's really up to you. You've heard pro and con. Staff has prepared a condition. If you would like to go with the applicant's approach with the dark gray, we can read that into the record. Or if you'd like to go with the lighter color, then just stick with the condition number 27 as currently worded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Town. And at this time, Mr. Scribner, if you could come up, and you've got, I don't have my cheat sheet. How long does he have? 5 minutes for rebuttal. Thank you. And once again, I need your name and city record. I mean, city for the city. Never mind. You know what to do.
Neil Scribner, 4765 Via Don Luis, Thousand Oaks, 91320. I'll try to answer some of these best I can. Client does own all the properties. They're not going to sell to anyone that doesn't know what's there. They're going to point it out, make it clear so that there's not an issue. Also, I want to point out this building's only 8,000 square feet. The other buildings are like 8-9 times the size of this. And you see, I don't know why those tones are okay and ours not. You heard Mr. Chu admit our color is a muted earth tone. That's all we're allowed to do, or required to do, is follow muted earth tones. That's what we've done. We're not asking for variance from colors. What we present is an approvable color in Thousand Oaks because it's a muted earth tone. And anytime you see earth tone colors, there are charts. We're right in the middle of it. There are darker colors, as I say, chocolate, black almost. These are earth tones, and they're used next door. So I'm asking we're not asking for a variance. We're just asking that our colors be approved. I think it'll be an elegant building. We're contrasting it's not a dark gray, it's a medium gray. In a couple of years, it's going to fade, and it'll be much lighter. It'll contrast with the dark glass, which is almost black. It's a solar energy glass, as I mentioned, solar gray. So it'll be a nice tone. And then on top of this color will be the satin aluminum. So I think it'll be a beautiful combination of colors. And as I say, Mr. Chu had a hard time saying he didn't want to match the other buildings, but he did. He wanted to be compatible, which according to the guidelines, we are compatible because we meet the colors in the guidelines. And either we follow the guidelines or we don't. It says very clearly we do not have to match adjacent buildings. It says that in the guidelines. It's a line. There's nothing that says we have to match. It says we do not have to match adjacent buildings. So I'm not asking for a variance, just asking to approve our colors, which are within the city's design guidelines, a muted earth tone. I even submit that some of the colors of the white building there you saw is not an earth tone. I mean, some people say there is white out there, in nature, but you very seldom see it in Earth. So anyway, I guess that's it. Did I leave out
Yeah, Mr. Scribner,
anything?
with the condition that Mr. Town put forth with regarding the pad,
Oh,
is
yes.
that something you'd accept?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I know that's acceptable. We've talked about that, my client and I, and that's exactly the way it would work.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close the case, and now time for commission comments and or a motion. Commissioner Roundtree.
I'll throw out some feedback for all of us to think about. This is one of those properties that is topographically challenged at a minimum, and when you've got multiple, residential, industrial, commercial, all kind of in the same area, it's kind of a mishmash of things, and I think part of this is almost an administrative cleanup in trying to get this thing to be able to be useful. So it tends to be a bit messy. In terms of the wall, I see the walls, the transition is not really an issue, primarily because it's hidden. I'm at the Spectrum 3-4 days a week. I've never seen that wall behind the building. And I drive by in there all the time. So I'm assuming I won't see the other wall, which would be my biggest issue. The testing pad, yeah, so long as things are not left there overnight, I'm fine with that, because the applicant does need to provide some testing. And in terms of the color, the building has nice color. Most of the buildings on that street are mishmash, and if a couple of them are painted after the fact, then maybe our compliance manager needs to talk to them about changing the color after something's been approved. But to hold that as a standard, which we need to follow, I'd have to agree in this case with Mr. Scribner in terms of the colors. I think they're very nice colors. So I'll throw that out to the commission. I won't make a motion yet, but I just want to throw that information from how I think about it.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm sure that as you drive up the street that you can see the wall on the side, on the hill, as you drive up. I spent a lot of time out there, and I thought, boy, that's an interesting wall and how high it is. This is I think, a difficult lot. I was amazed when I first went out there and went, oh, my goodness, they're actually going to build on this piece of property. And then after reading the report, I understood what they were doing. I really don't have a problem with Mr. Scribner's colors. I'm sure that there are some darker gray buildings in town, even though this isn't as dark as it could be. And so I'm prone, like Commissioner Roundtree, to go along with maybe changing condition number 27. But other than that, I think that because of the topography of the lots and everything, that everything has been met, and with the addition of some new oak trees or being replaced in town at the parks, that I'm very much in agreement with staff's recommendation, except I really do believe in changing the color to what the applicant would prefer.
Okay, would you like to make a motion? Or?
Oh, sure. Okay. But then we need to write something new about the color of the building.
Yeah, Mr. Town has, I think, something we can read into the record to that level.
Should the commission opt to go with the colors as presented by the applicant, then staff's prepared the following condition. This would be a new condition number 27. It would simply it'd be titled Building Colors / Materials Sample Board. The exterior building finish materials, colors, and architectural decor shall be as depicted on the elevation plan labeled Exhibit B1, dated June 27, 2013, and color and materials sample board labeled Exhibit CM, dated January 7th, 2013, which was the color board which was just passed around.
Right. Okay, and with that, I will move that this is a recommendation to the City Council, that we recommend to them that they approve mitigated...
I'm sorry, continue, because we want to have this motion clear. So,
MND 288, LU 2007-70388, Z 208-70630, PMW 2008-70309, LTP 2008-70328, the Oak Tree permit OTP 2008-70329, and DP 2008-70122, with the new condition regarding the usage of the pad behind the building and the new condition wording that Mr. Town just gave us for condition number 27, and with the findings and conditions in the packet.
In the packet. Thank you so much. Comments to the motion? Sure, Commissioner Ferris.
So the impact of that is that it replaces all the wording in condition 27, including the subsections A through D, with the wording of the sample board.
Mr. Town?
It would be as depicted in the sample board. So the real import is the first paragraph and subsection A, because the trim, doors, and windows do not change. So actually it would be 27, introductory paragraph and subsection A. B, C, and D would remain.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up.
And those are what were on the color board, the other items too, so yes.
Okay, no other
Commissioner Ferris.
comments from the commission. I guess we do a voice vote, or so. Do you want it? How do I do that? I forgot. There's no button. All those in favor?
Say aye.
Say aye. Thank you. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. I'm used to you talking about all that.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Scribner, for coming down. Oh. Recommendation to the City Council, but there is a 10-day right of appeal to the City Council through the Community Development Department.
It's just a recommendation. No right of appeal.
Can I have the city clerk call case 6B?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case SUP 2013-70098, applicant Peaceful Pets Aquamation Inc., request to allow a pet disposal operation, location 1111 Rancho Conejo Boulevard.
Thank you very much. Okay, and thank you very much. I do have some speaker cards on this, and then and we'll go to staff, then to the applicant, and to the speaker cards after that. So let me see here. Right. Here we go. All right, Mr. Berrigan, you're online with us.
Good evening, Chair Chappelle and members of the Commission. As mentioned for your consideration tonight, a special use permit application has been filed to allow a pet biodegradation operation within a tenant space in an industrial complex located at 1111 Rancho Conejo Boulevard. If you take a look at the PowerPoint, this project location, it's within a five building multi-tenant industrial complex. It's building 3 to be specific, right there in the middle. The surrounding streets, you have Venti Park Road and Rancho Conejo. The subject property is located within the specific Plan 15 area and zoned M1. The property consists of 5 multi-tenant industrial buildings, each containing between 8 to 10 individual tenant spaces, and the subject suite occupies about 1,764 square feet and is located in Building 3, which, like I said before, is in the middle. This is basically looking west from Ventura Park Road. This is another view looking west within the industrial complex. This is a view of the proposed tenant space. A crematorium is allowed in the M1 zone subject to approval of an SUP by Planning Commission. In this case, staff has determined that the proposed use is comparable and equivalent to a crematorium from a use classification perspective, even though the operational processes are different. This is a water-based process using alkali and very hot water to reduce animal remains to bones, which are then crushed into a powder and typically returned to the pet owner. The process takes approximately 20 hours, and the remnant effluent is pre-treated and pre-screened before discharged into the wastewater system. This process is solely for pets, such as dogs and cats, not horses or other large animals. Staff visited a similar business operation in Los Angeles in a very, very similar multi-tenant industrial complex, similar to this one. This is basically a similar floor plan of the subject business. I think, if I remember correctly, it's basically how he's going to set up his operation. Staff spoke with neighboring tenants within the complex in Los Angeles, and they concurred that the business was not problematic. And during staff's visit, there was no noticeable noxious odor. Public Works Department, including Hill Canyon Water Treatment Plant staff, has worked with the applicant to ensure that any effluent discharged into the wastewater system meets all chemical standards, including city's minimum pH levels. Once operations have begun, Public Works staff will inspect the location and sample wastewater for any potential constituents of concern. Staff is suggesting the inclusion of a condition requiring that all animals are concealed from view throughout the delivery process. The applicant has been in contact with the Ventura County Environmental Health Department's Hazardous Waste Program staff and has been assured that the proposed operation will meet requirements to operate within the County of Ventura. To ensure this, the applicant must apply for an on-site hazardous waste treatment permit through the state of California, which is administered by the county. The applicant is proposing 1,464 square feet of warehouse processing area and 300 square feet of office space, which is consistent with the parking calculations approved with the original entitlement. There are 209 spaces provided and 190 required. This project has been reviewed for conformance with the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act and qualifies as a Class 1 exemption. In conclusion, staff is recommending to the Planning Commission to approve this project based on the findings in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval. Staff is available for questions.
Commissioners, questions of staff at this time? Okay, with that, I've got several cards, speaker cards. The applicant will be Mr. Shevik will speak first. You'll have 15 minutes. Did I pronounce your name correctly? You did. Great. And could you please, again, state your name and city of residence for the record?
Can I hand that?
You can do that.
I think it's actually what you've already seen. But
I think it is.
It's a hard copy, at least, to have in front of you. Thank you. My name is Jerry Shevik. I'm the owner-operator of a new local business, small local business called Peaceful Pets Aquamation. It's a new product for the area. It's a totally green and gentle alternative to pet cremation. It's based on what is actually an old science. As you saw there, it's called alkaline hydrolysis, which is a technology really over 100 years old. It's currently used by in a different way by UCLA, by the Mayo Clinic, a lot of major hospitals, educational facilities, the U.S. government. They all use a similar alkaline hydrolysis. What we've discovered through the machinery that we have now bought and own, not invented, is a scaled down version, essentially just for the pet market. It is already in operation in 3 locations in Southern California, actually nearby all of us already, one of which Steve showed the location of. It's across the country. It's actually a very explosive field right now. The orders are off the charts for the manufacturer for reasons that you'll see as I go through this. And it's also in use across the country and the world right now. We believe, and again for a lot of these reasons, is this is going to be the sort of the state of the art and the most environmentally sensitive way of disposing of your animals in the future and now. The first thing is that there's a lot of misconceptions about a business like this, when it comes up, and we completely understand that. It's not Sweeney Todd for pets. We're a business-to-business, a B2B operation. We deal with veterinarians. We have a custom-designed refrigerated truck that visits a vet. We do our pickups. We pull into our office. We pull into a private garage bay, and we unload into a freezer, while we're awaiting the process. It's totally enclosed, totally sanitary, totally clean, totally protected from the public. We're pet owners and advocates ourselves. We're very sensitive to the fact that, nobody wants to see this. So it's designed so nobody does. Public, fellow tenants in the building, nobody sees anything. There is no odor. That's actually, as Steve had borne out when he talked to the people, and as our research has shown for other owners across the country. The manufacturer actually comes out as part of the whole thing to install it, so it is installed absolutely correctly. So there's no sort of weird problem about how it's installed for, whether it's odor, effluent, whatever. We have, and it's available on these machines. Some cities require it, some don't. As worked out with Bob Carson in wastewater management, we have also included on the machine a very specific filtering system and a very specific CO2 injector, which alters pH. So essentially, what's coming out is really, an organic liquid. So both of those adjustments we have already made, and obviously it'll bear out when tested. I also have, I only have one copy of it, but I have a similar permit which has all of the specs that the City of LA granted. It's their wastewater permit that they signed off on a while back ago. Now, sort of back to the process. Those are those misconceptions, and generally they are, about odor and sight and stuff like that. So I hope that addresses that. The process, and one of the reasons which really drew us to this business, like I said, we are pet advocates and pet owners ourselves, is, crematories are really the only choice that people have. And in the pet disposition business, that's it, and that's at a public and private level. If you take a look at pounds or you take a look at shelters, their business is all with crematories. If you've seen in that research the kind of emissions that come out of a crematory, they're staggering, and that's why they've been increasingly under regulatory scrutiny, is because of the emissions. They're toxic. They also use an enormous amount of energy. If you can imagine, how long you have to fire up these enormous furnaces, for how long, and how many of them are in use. So, aquamation, which is the term coined for the process that we're using, is uses far less energy. I mean, it doesn't use any kind of energy like that. I mean, the noise is like an alarm clock. It releases no toxins into the air, or into the water. It's interesting. There's some photos in there. Like I say, this business is taking off across the country, and in that photo, there is anecdotal evidence and pictures of farmers actually experimenting, using this as fertilizer, and it's astounding because it's an organic fertilizer, and with all of the runoff problems and all the pesticide problems, this is a potential alternative. Obviously not in the kind of quantities that we generate, but overall there are people looking at that. I said we've worked closely with city, with the planners here. We've also dealt with, we had extensive discussions before we even started with the water people. I've talked to the county about it. They're all fine with it. We'll begin that permitting process once we're up and running. The last thing I'll say is that, this business, one of the other aspects about this business that we like a lot is it gives consumers a choice. I mean, you just don't have a choice. It's a crematory. That's pretty much it. What we found in our research is that, a lot of people are, respond to the environmental aspect of it, which is clear and really undeniable when you put the two up together. But many, pet owners do not like the kind of, I don't want to use the wrong word, but sort of the violent kind of way, that cremation works. I mean, it's an oxidative process as opposed to a reductive one. This process happens over 20 hours. It's water-based. It's a gentler, just a gentler feeling way of disposing, a loved one, and which has to be done. So. And we found that is actually just as important to many people. My wife tends to be on that side. I tend to be more about, it's the, I care about the green aspect of it is sort of my A. The B for me is the gentle. Hers is vice versa. So what we found is sort of an interesting split between people. We have not found anybody who would make the choice of cremation based on this kind of evidence. So, again, we like the idea that there's a choice in the marketplace that doesn't really exist. Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? Commissioner Nichols and then Commissioner Roundtree.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm learning a lot about something I never knew anything about, never knew existed. So thank you. Will there be, what type of, I guess I know that the report talks about hazardous waste, but you say this is organic material. So, are you required to get a hazardous waste material permit and just industrial waste? What is it that's actually going out?
There are two compounds which are actually in nature, sodium hydroxide and potassium hydroxide, both of which are used in soap. And they're classified as hazardous materials, so they have to be on a pallet and that. They're also classified in a particular category known as generally regarded as safe. If that's all I can tell you, I wouldn't do it, but I've heard stories. You can stick your hand in the stuff, but those two chemicals are the alkaline that reacts with the water, but they are. They're dry. It's not a liquid. We use the dry element.
So it's the materials that you have on site that are part of the process that's considered hazardous.
Correct.
But as far as the effluent, that itself is not considered hazardous. Is
correct.
That correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what type of quantities of water are we talking about that get used on a weekly or monthly basis here?
I can tell you on a daily basis, and again, this is sort of borne out. I'm pulling this right off of actually the permit, so to give you an idea of, I'm not making it up. It's actually the permit that was filed with LA. It's 50 to 100. I'm sorry, a total of 150 to 300 gallons per day. And that's that's sort of split between the actual process and then a rinsing.
Okay. And I presume that's operating at full speed, 20 hours a day?
Well, it doesn't operate 20 hours. There's only the process is slow and actually gentle. I mean, that's one of the things that we're actually promoting with this. It's a single cycle, takes 20 hours. So there is only one cycle per day.
Okay, and so are your operating hours, are there somebody there 20 hours a day overseeing this process then?
No, we'll be there. We don't have to be. We have offices at the facility as well, so yes, we will be there. But the machine is really sort of self-sufficient. But there are offices attached, and that's where our place of business is, so yes.
So we'd be maintaining basic business hours, I presume, then?
Yes, but of course, since it does go across 20 hours, it continues to run, while we will not, we won't be there 20 hours a day.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand when it talked about the 20 hours then. And then, is there some type of pre-treatment that you have to do for the effluent on site before it goes into the city system?
Well, yes, there's two things that we're doing. And again, this does vary city to city, and it depends on the city's needs in terms of pH and what's called BOD, which are like suspended, very small particles. So yes, with TO, what we have done is we've added a filter that removes all suspended solids completely. And CO2 injection actually alters the pH, and that's actually one of the great things about it, because then we can bring the pH down, to a level that works well for them. So
okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. The rest of my question will be for staff, so thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other, I'm sorry, Commissioner Roundtree.
You didn't ask my question. I'm a dog owner, right? Lived here a long time, had to put a couple of dogs down. Where do these dogs go currently? And then I have a follow-up question.
Well, the dogs would go to, it depends on your vet. I mean, they generally go to a crematory.
Conejo Valley veterinarian. And maybe this is not the appropriate to pinpoint who your competitor might be. I'm just trying to go through the process as a customer, saying, all right, I obviously don't drive up with my dog in the car and knock on your door. I still go to my vet.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. What happens is that because we've had the exact same situation. Whether the vet comes to you or you need to put your animal down at the vet's office, the vet usually holds on to the animal, and they generally hold on to them in a refrigerated area, and then we would pick them up. Other people pick them up as well, but they would be crematories.
Do you know how many crematoriums there are in the area that service the existing hospitals?
There's a few. The big guy in town is CalPet. They do an enormous amount of business, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they also have the government contracts for shelters and pounds.
Commissioner Reynolds.
You said the process takes 20 hours. Now, that's for one animal?
No, it can be up to 400 pounds.
Right, but I saw the price range and whatever, so I know sometimes, just like the cremation, you can have your dog cremated along with others in a group, or this is the same thing. It's individual or communal,
Yes,
right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's say one dog. How many can you do at a time if it's just a single?
We could conceivably do up to 20, I guess, but
okay.
But it can't exceed 400 pounds, and also the ability that we have to separate, because it's key to us as pet owners and to who our clients will be, is to make sure that they get the remains of their pet back.
Right.
The
That's
correct
why I was
remains.
asking. So you can do individually up to 400 pounds at one time.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it's not just one animal 20 hours and then another animal.
No.
20. That's what I was
No.
trying to get at.
No.
So.
No, up to 400 pounds.
And I think the other place, isn't there, the crematorium is out in the Valley, Valencia or somewhere. I know my dog.
It's funny, a lot of people just don't even know. I mean, we didn't even realize it, before we really became interested, and quite frankly, over a year ago, we sort of stumbled into this, but we didn't really realize who was doing it.
Yeah, and your fees are about the same as
The fees will be equal or less.
Yeah.
So that's what I say. I mean, it's a true consumer choice because, it's for one, it needs to be, but in actuality, it is as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parrish, good. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Shevik. How many employees do you anticipate having at this location?
3.
And then how are they trained? I mean, do they go through a special process? Do you just train them on the job? Or
by the manufacturer.
They are. So,
yes.
And is that on your side, or you send them out to?
No, the manufacturer comes here to set up the machine, and he trains us, including me.
Do they need any special education or anything like that?
No.
Or okay. No. And this isn't a situation where you're B2B, so you aren't going to have people coming up to you bringing their animals to you. This is a situation you'll be dealing with all the proper vets or... No, we
pick
up from a house?
Sure. We'll pick up, but we don't accept... No. There's no walk-ins.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask for.
Yeah. I understand what you're getting at.
Okay.
Yes. No, we do not encourage that.
All right, I do appreciate that. Are there any other questions of the speaker? Okay, before I let you go, because I can't remember if you did, could you just state your name and city of residence once again for the record?
Jerry Shevik, Malibu.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I do have 9 speaker cards, and with commission protocol, you each will have 4 minutes. So please remember to state your name and city of residence when you come up, and the first is Mr. Mark Zeller. Mark, are you here?
Yes.
Great.
Mark Zeller, and I live in Newbury Park. Do you need the address?
That's good enough.
Okay, a couple things. Our office is right across the way from the proposed location. And this is the building here. We have residences over here. We have a gym in this building. This is the location of the proposed location. We have a restaurant here. And we have California Cartwheel.
Mr. Zeller?
Yes.
I know it's going to be tough, but if you could get closer to the microphone somehow. Or could we have somebody...
Does that work okay?
That works great.
Okay. So we have California Cartwheel in the back. We have a restaurant. We have a gym. We also have other businesses in the area. One of the things that concerns me is the sewer system follows this red line. I think it's going this way. So if there's a backup down here, it's going to go right into the restaurant first. To me, that's not an acceptable situation. The other thing that concerns me is we have Amgen across the street, and I know Amgen does a lot of testing over there, and I'm sure the products that they would be sending this way didn't die of natural causes. So there would be some other concerns as far as handling and care of those animals that are being brought over. So I guess one of my questions is, are the people trained for biohazard and that kind of stuff? If that's going to be, is that my 4 minutes? Oh, okay. Are they trained for the biohazards that could be coming that direction, and how would that be taken care of? That really concerns me because, like I said, we are right across the way. I noticed one of the things that the people that looked into it, in their notes, it said that the place wasn't operational whenever they were there. The places, the information that I've found on the internet says there is an odor. And down in Los Angeles, you may not smell it, but I think out here, I think you would, because our quality is a little bit better. I think the main things that concern me are the ideas of the chemical spills, the actual training. This stuff is actually going to dump into LeBranc, I believe. which isn't good either. So those are my main concerns.
Okay.
I believe the place would be better down by the city yard. I know it puts it in your backyard, but and out of mine. But it's an area that's open, that isn't right next to other places, especially with kids and restaurants, that kind of thing.
Okay. Are there any questions of the speaker? All right, Mr. Zeller, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Gentry. Lori Gentry, did she leave? Okay, thank you for that. April Curtis. Is she here? April? And that'll be followed by, I think it's Leela Hooper.
Hello, my name is April Curtis, and I live in Ventura, California. And I'm here to oppose the...
Ms. Curtis, could you pull that microphone down a little bit closer to you? There you go, thanks.
Okay, I'm here to oppose the Peaceful Pets as well as the Agman proposal on the bioliquidator. I know that Agman in particular works exclusively with animals that they test on unnecessarily. I've been honored and privileged to be a part of this group called Beagle Freedom Project, and I was foster mother to these 2 dogs. I only had them for 6 weeks. They spent respectively 5 to 7 years, their entire life, in a laboratory. Their feet never touched grass. They never had sunlight. Many of them were debarked so they didn't annoy the research people. In having them for 6 weeks, the resilience and the turnaround was stunning. They absolutely 100% can be turned into regular, loving, and very loved dogs. I'm strongly urging you to oppose these 2 actions.
Okay, I'm sorry, were you finished, Ms. Curtis?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify for the record, you said you're from Ventura?
Correct.
Okay, because the card says Thousand Oaks, and I want to make sure I got that right. And then it says you were in favor of, but you're opposed to, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I filled it out very quickly.
Okay,
Thank
I just
you
want
for noticing that.
Just wanted to make sure, not a problem. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you very much, Ms. Curtis.
Thank you.
And the next speaker was Leela Hooper. She left too? She had to leave. Okay. All right, Beverly Thomas, are you here? Yes. Thank you.
Beverly Thomas, Thousand Oaks. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for nearly 15 years, but I've lived in the area all of my life. As a kid, I visited Jungle Land, which sat on this very site that we're sitting on as we speak. And this is where I first learned about the wonders of the wild and my love for animals. I also have a family pet, a beagle that was rescued from a laboratory by the Beagle Freedom Project. I purposely sought out the Beagle Freedom Project when we were ready to adopt because I believe in the great work that they do. But Hazel wasn't always a pet. She was purpose-bred in a laboratory for experimentation. She was tested on in utero and then again after she was born. She just turned a year old. The Beagle Freedom Project rescued her mom, Grace, who was being used as a breeder, as well as Hazel and her 4 sisters who were not even old enough to be weaned. Yet they were already tested on twice. Outside of a laboratory setting, Grace would have been considered part of a puppy mill. Her testing of that of her and her puppies would have been considered animal abuse. But since she was bred and tortured within the confines of a laboratory, this sort of treatment is considered okay in the eyes of the law. One of Grace's puppies is now our beloved family pet, Hazel. My three-year-old son tells me every day that he loves Hazel, how much he loves Hazel, and through her, he is learning the love of animals and to be kind to all living things. They may want to call this proposed business in the city of Thousand Oaks, which is nowhere near L.A. I mean, not in vicinity. I mean, if we wanted to live in L.A., we'd be living in L.A. We live in Thousand Oaks for a reason. They may want to call it Peaceful Pets, but I would never bring my beloved pet to a liquidation to be liquidated in toxic chemicals. They say they've never met anybody who wouldn't want this process. I would not want it. It's clear that Amgen, which stands mere feet from this proposed business, will benefit the most from this toxic animal liquidation center if they're able to use this business. Their driveways face each other, and they're within feet of each other. They could practically roll the dead laboratory animals down the driveway, up the front door to this proposed business where they conduct their dirty little business and easily dispose of their dirty little secrets, the laboratory animals they don't want people to know they test on at Amgen. This proposed business makes it too convenient for Amgen to even consider rehoming their test subjects, as many laboratories do. Why make them family pets when it's so convenient to quietly dispose of them? It's not bad enough that Amgen is still doing animal experimentation, that they are needlessly torturing these animals, and they needlessly are killing them instead of rehoming them to be family pets, as again, many laboratories are doing. Now they'll have a more efficient way to dispose of their dead animals. As a resident of Thousand Oaks, I also worry about the toxic nature of the supposedly green business. According to research done at the University of Melbourne, aquamation can create up to 350 pounds of greenhouse gases per corpse. They're talking about a person. That's average, say, 180-pound person. But this company will be cremating hundreds, if not thousands, of animals a day. Do we really want to be breathing this air? By calling it aquamation, they would like you to believe that it is a gentle process that involves dissolving bodies with water. And the truth is, they use a highly toxic substance called alkaline hydrolysis. He spoke about that himself. This is basically the equivalent of Drano, and that is how it dissolves the hair and the flesh. And in this case, they're going to dissolve the hair, the flesh, the meat, the bone, the muscle, everything. It's basic physics that matter cannot be created nor destroyed, but can only be changed in form. And there's no easy, clean, or green way to dump this toxic stuff.
Ms. Thomas, I'm going to have you wrap it up, please.
Okay. It will either be dumped into our groundwater or it will be burned off into our air. Again, this is not Los Angeles, and we do not want this business here. He himself mentioned that it was a biohazardous waste processing system. We don't want it.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next speaker is Monica Boxley. And once again, your name and city of record, please.
Monica Boxley, Thousand Oaks. And I'm not with the Beagle Freedom Project, but I've come to know of them because I own a beagle. And in fact, I just moved to Thousand Oaks maybe 7 months ago. I came from Orange County, and we brought kids with us, and we sought out this area because it was very family-oriented. We're animal lovers, as well as, we're into the community. We're at the parks, and we eat local restaurants. I was concerned because I saw this sign go up within walking distance of my house. Now, I know they say it's gentle, but I can't see anything so gentle that it's dissolving bones and teeth. And it's hazardous waste. So the process being 20 hours, that's almost 24 hours a day they're running this business. They're saying the training is done by manufacturer, by people that aren't even necessarily educated. That worries me too. The center that it's in, there's a gymnastics program where there's lots of kids, little kids, siblings, all of them are going to be there. What if there is a waste? What if there's a spill? Same thing with backing up with the sewage. We live right there. We walk our pets. We may walk to the market, or we might just be at the park. All of this stuff is going to be in the air, in the gutters, and I just don't think it's the right place for it. I think that covers most of it. as far as Amgen goes, it was really worrisome to see this go across the street from Amgen because I don't know that everyone knows this, but I've come to find out that they do test on beagles. They have several animals that they destroy every year. And again, this would just be way too convenient across the street. They could, through the night, the day, whatever. It would make it too easy for them, rather than rehoming these pets, to allow them to live a life outside of the lab, that they'll just destroy them that much easier. So I'm against it.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you, Ms. Boxley.
Thank you.
Just forgive me, Miss Mati Nablan. Am I close?
I'm used to it.
Nabhan.
Mati Nabhan.
Monty Nabhan.
Okay, I'm going to try to be brief. I have notes prepared, but then I also have some feedback. I too, sorry.
Can I get your name and city of record, please?
Yes, my name is Mati Nabhan, and I live in Los Angeles. And I still, living in Los Angeles, would not want something like an aquamation plant there, even though I'm sure, as stated earlier, we do have one there. As a pet owner, I would never consider liquefying. It's so Batman-like. I would never consider liquefying my dog, my cats, my rabbits who were rescued from research laboratories earlier this year, or even my mouse, who my son decided to bring home from school since he goes to school at the zoo. I'm here to speak on behalf of all animals who are treated as unimportant by companies like Amgen and proposedly Peaceful Pets Aquamation. It just seems so convenient to have a bioliquidating facility directly across the way from a research laboratory that is notorious for testing on animals. If we do need to test on animals, which I don't agree with that, but if there are laboratories that are still testing on animals, I think we owe it to them to at least offer them some kind of dignified retirement. As I mentioned, I have, as a part of my family, 2 rabbits from a research laboratory right here in California, contact lenses. Georgie and Duchess, this is Georgie. Georgie and Duchess came to us a couple months ago. Never would have thought I'd be a rabbit person. I am now. At the very beginning, they were not trusting of humans. They trembled in a corner. And here we are 2 months later. They eat out of our hands. They greet us at the door. They nudge us for head scratches. And they give us those love bites that rabbits are kind of notorious for doing. If we as a public are going to continue to legally allow companies like Amgen to use these tiny bodies as Petri dishes, then we owe them a better... Sorry, I forgot my glasses. We owe them a better... Sorry. We owe them better than a bioliquidator. Amgen and other animal testing firms have wonderful PR slogans about how they treat their animals respectfully and only do what is absolutely necessary when inflicting pain. This reverence for their life should be extended to how they are treated after the research is over. Beagle Freedom Project saved my 2 rabbits from a fate like this machine and is willing to do so with Amgen as well. Beagle Freedom Project is always reaching out to companies or laboratories like Amgen. Perhaps this is not in the best interest of Amgen's public relations or the profit margins of a peaceful pet aquamation facility or even the tax revenues of Thousand Oaks, but it is in the best interest of not just rabbits, but other animals, small animals, dogs, basically the voiceless in this country. So I'm respectfully asking that you deny this permit.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Thank you, Miss Nabhan. Oh, jeez. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. So, next speaker is Marina Crockett. And please, your name and city of record, please. City for the record.
For the shorties. Marina Crockett. I used to be a resident of Thousand Oaks. I now live in Woodland Hills. I'm here as a core member of Beagle Freedom Project. And
would the other microphone be more comfortable for you?
Well, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And I am, and we are opposed of peaceful pet occupation in Thousand Oaks. I have a question. The 300 gallons of water they're going to use, that they say they're going to use, how much of that is recycled, and how much would that be used as fresh water from your water supply? Two, to answer one of your questions on what to do when your companion animal passes away. I've had companion animals pass away, and we miss them. They teach us life lessons and life wisdoms. They are family members. Currently in LA, you have a choice of either going to crematory where you get their ashes back, or you can have a burial like the Calabasas Pet Cemetery, or you could, if you're zoned right and you have a permit, you can also bury them in your backyard if it's permittable. I don't see how anyone wants to drop off their beloved one to somewhere where they're just going to get an acid bath and just be diluted. You're not going to get any part of their memory if their body's back in any way. We're suspicious that the fact that Peaceful Pet Aquamation chose this Thousand Oaks location precisely because it's in the driveway of Amgen. Amgen does kill dogs, rabbits, rats, and other animals. This company expects to do a lot of business with this company, even though it is billed as a green alternative to cremation for family pets. It cannot be both a family pet service organization and the disposal unit for these tortured research animals. How are we supposed to take serious this company's stated concern and reverence for the life of our beloved family members, canine or otherwise, when they are callously profiting off the complete disregard and value of life at Amgen? The community will not oppose, and Beagle Freedom Project will not oppose Peaceful Pet Aquamation being granted its permit if it is written into the permit approval that they are not allowed to do business with Amgen or any other laboratory, or they have any ties with Amgen. This company needs to demonstrate it wants to be in your community, our community, to serve our community, and not just Amgen. And I was bullied outside by that woman out there who says she's a partner with the cremation, and well, yeah, she bullied all of us.
We need a little bit of order here. Let the speaker speak.
I try to tell her, and I'll say it publicly now, that if they have a statement letter that they can address to Beagle Freedom Project that they will not be doing any business to Amgen, we are not opposed for it, and we will not go forward with opposing it and going towards the media with it. If the city does approve this project and recognizes that it is intended beneficiary is really only Amgen, then it should be with that. Amgen must, as a good corporate citizen of Thousand Oaks, work with organizations like Beagle Freedom Project to find homes for these dogs, rabbits, cats, and all animals that they kill inside their facility. The animals are. We don't know what they do to them. We don't know what kind of biomedical toxins they're giving them. We don't know because it's kept a secret. These technicians are suited up with masks and in sterile environment, and now they're going to be broken down into an acid bath. I mean, then turn into fertilizer. Who wants to eat fruit or vegetables made out of fertilizer of contaminants and toxins that can't really be broken down? That's a question. And also residents need to question their health, noise, and smell concerns. Ask anyone if they want this acid bath crematory in their backyard, and they will say no. Who can sit in their backyard and enjoy themselves when innocent, toxic, plagued bodies of animals are chemically burning in your neighborhood? So these are questions that need to be addressed. And like we said, if they're willing to sign a letter saying they're not going to do any work with Amgen, which is very suspicious, they're across the street. We're willing to.
Okay, Ms. Crockett, I need you to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. And the last speaker that I have, and frankly, all it says is Sherman.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to put the last name.
Okay, is that you?
That's me.
Okay, why don't you come on forward, give us the last name and your city of residence, please.
Okay.
You can use the other microphone there if that helps you.
Thank you. My first name is Sherman, and my last name is Balin. And I live at 33317.
Tell your address.
Oh, Malibu.
Malibu's fine. Could you spell your last name, please?
Baylin.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to address Mr. Rantui's question about where the animals go after when they're rendered. If you check any of your Colgate-Palmolive, Lever Brothers, or good old Procter & Gamble products, if you see hydrolyzed animal protein, that's where the animals are rendered from. They don't have anybody who loves them who wants to retrieve their bodies. So, and horses that are horribly used in shows and racetracks, their bodies are sent and their hides are sent off to Japan or used for dog food. So I'm speaking for my group. I have 8 of my rescue groups here who believe in this cause. We are completely aware of what happens with animals. We have financed 5 documentaries that have been on HBO. Death on a Factory Farm, about the pig slaughter, Lethal Medicine, Wild Horses and Renegades. Our last one that we just did, which is very successful, called the POB Project, which will be on Demand on Direct on Demand. We are fully aware of what happens to animals. My poor boyfriend is starving. If he ever cheats on me, it's with a leg of lamb. It's not with a girl. We really do practice what we preach. My own keychain says, if you love animals, please don't eat them. There is no way I would ever be involved with anybody who would ever harm an animal. Yes, this is a business, but this business also will help supplement all the rescues that we do. We pull from all over California, and my boyfriend sent me to Sri Lanka, and he sent me to New Orleans, not to get rid of me, but to help the animals there, that the pit bulls that were unwanted, the sheep that were stuck on the mounds. This is an opportunity for Thousand Oaks to be on the cutting edge, and perhaps, if you guys will work with us, to send a message to Amgen. I got in trouble a long time ago at Loma Linda Industry when they were cutting out little baby baboons' hearts and putting them in, if anybody remembers, the baby Faye. I was one of them, and I never sang. I turned yellow. I never yelled on anybody who was involved with me in that laboratory. And I sat there as a little vegan Jew in my little cell, and I truly believe in the cause. I am one of your people. We are not the enemy. Yes, they are the business part of it. I am the animal compassion part. And between the 3 of us, we are a solid green business. Look at your own logo, for goodness sakes. The tree and the sun and the bear. We are environmentalists in Malibu every Monday night, whether it's a planning commission or the city council meeting. I am fighting to stop the edge from that band YouTube from lopping off the top of a hill. I am trying to do tree preservation. I am trying to do the slow growth. They want to do a land swap. We are very... Okay.
You've got a little bit, but you're wrapping up now.
I'm wrapping it up. We are not the enemy. We are truly embedded with these women. I didn't mean to bully you. I'm passionate. I can't help it. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bailey. Any questions of the speaker? Okay. All right, good.
Can I ask a question?
No, I can't do that, ma'am. No, we can't. I know. All right, listen. We've got to keep the meeting in order. You have the ability to speak, and we've done all that. So with that, we're going to go at any response from staff.
Yes, staff would like to just point out that I think this was the last of 3 different sites that the applicant was trying to get into, but I think because of lease negotiations, they ended up in this one. Also, staff is not aware of any affiliation with Amgen. I think the applicant would better be posed to answer that question.
Is that it, Mr. Bergen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And now it's time for rebuttal. So, Mr. Shevik, you have 5 minutes.
Coincidence that we're across the street. If the panel, I mean, I don't respond to the other stuff. But I mean, listen, I'm fine with writing into and making it a condition. That's not our business. That's not what we're about. We're pet advocates. We're pet owners. We're against that kind of cruelty. I'm not quite sure where all that came from. So you certainly may add that. We don't have any problem with that. That's not what we're about. As far as, we're in a light industrial area. It's whether you do or do not want to acclimate your animal. That's fine. It's really not about that for us. It's a choice. It's clearly, and demonstrably, a cleaner, better choice than cremation. Most people can't afford to bury a pet. Number one, it's not legal in most places. And number two, it's, you have to be in a pet cemetery. So you're really going to be down to two choices. I don't care. If somebody wants to cremate their pet, that's absolutely fine. We're offering a choice, which again is a proven and way of disposing of pet in a what we think is a more gentler, safer, and environmentally safer way. People were talking about smoke and emissions. There is no smoke and emissions, so I'm not sure where that came from. I don't know what to say. There were so many things that were sort of misstated about what we are. It's a pretty clear process. We've done all of our homework with the wastewater people. It's not what's going into the system is not toxic at all. Obviously, they wouldn't allow that. It wouldn't be being tested as fertilizer if it was toxic in any way. So again, I'm not sure where some of that comes from because it's incorrect. As far as, we're in a light industrial area with, automotive and oil and stuff like that. Our chemicals are, regarded as safe to put away just as required. We're not a biohazardous, I never said biohazard. It's not a biohazard site at all. It's a fairly simple process that's been around for 100 years. It is maintained and operated, carefully and legally and safely, and that's what we're about. So I hope that addresses it. Please.
No, if you're done, what I'm going to do is I made a mistake because I should have gone for the commission to ask staff questions. So I'm going to go back to you guys. Okay. Right now, though, we have questions at the speaker. Commissioner Reynolds.
How are you going to advertise your business?
Well, we have a brochure design that explains the process that we'll leave with vets.
So you'll be going around to all the veterinarians and...
Well, they're our clients.
Mm-hmm.
They're our clients. Most people yet don't, as far as the individuals, they don't know about aquamation yet. And again, you can see sort of with a lot of the misinformation out there, and what our job is, besides which to convince a vet that this is what we want your default position to be, is also to have their clients say, hey, this is what we want. So we have a brochure design that we will then leave with the vets as a stand-up so that people can read and understand about it. They can go to the website, they can do their own research, and then they can make an informed decision about what they want to do when that time comes.
I know at that time when you have an animal put down, it's a very difficult time, and you're handed a form to sign.
Right.
I remember that from just a couple of years ago. So,
we weren't even handed a form.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Nichols.
I have one follow-up question on the materials that you use. What quantities of these materials that would be considered hazardous are on site on a daily basis? Do you measure them in pounds or?
Measured in pounds.
Okay.
Measured in pounds. I don't have that with me, but I would say it only uses a couple pounds per, so it doesn't have to be more than 50 to 100 pounds. The quantities can be quite limited.
And so is the process itself only uses a pound or two per cycle? Is that what you're saying? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Again, I would really want to go back and take a look at my notes, but it's not like we're dumping a vat of stuff in it.
Yeah, just a relative amount was fine. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner Nichols. Commissioner Roundtree.
A couple of your prospective neighbors have spoken tonight. one of business who talked about the drainage potential, cartwheel, gymnastics, children, restaurants. Any comment or feedback on that?
I mean, we're totally contained. I mean, like, you know, it's, again, it's a... I mean, I'll address that two ways. One is that, you know, the liquid that goes out, I mean, is, as the wastewater guys have already said, it's not toxic. So I'm not sure what the, you know, if there's a backup, it's a backup of non-toxic, you know, liquid. So I don't really understand what the problem with that would be. The crucial thing on the liquid is actually the pH level. I mean, that's what everybody worries about. And the pH level is addressed. It's not a toxic liquid that's coming out of there. I mean, they wouldn't allow it. So I think for one thing, that's should address that. It's just not right. You know, it's a contained business. It's the fact that there are children around. I'm not sure what that really has to. You know, it's a light industrial area. I mean, it's like, do I want my kids in, you know, playing around where people are sawing metal? I mean, you know, maybe, I don't know if kids should be there or not, but there's not really like any explosive chemical thing going on, and it's completely contained. So I'm not sure what the problem would be with anybody, you know, children or anybody, you know, coming by. A truck arrives, pulls in, and leaves. And that's it. I mean, that's, you know, the effluent is non-toxic. So that's not an issue. So I don't know what, you know, other than the fact that, you know, that people don't like the idea of that, you know, of you know, somebody dealing with dead pets, it creates, you know, I think as I said in the beginning, sort of creates this image of, oh my God. It's not like that. And the point being, it does have to be done. I mean, it has to be done, and it has to be done in a clean, safe way, which is what this is. The crematories are allowed. I mean, you know, the fact, you know, the crematories are allowed under the same kind of ordinances, to me, is like, I mean, that's crazy. It's, you know, that's toxic. That's what people, you know, should be protesting if they're next door to that. But anyway, and again, back to the Amgen thing, that has nothing to do with us. So did I address everything you asked?
And what I'm going to do now, Mr. Shevik, is I'm going to allow the commissioners to talk to staff. If you hear something that you want to rebut against, but you hear from staff, I'm going to bring you back up.
Okay.
Okay, because that's your... Commissioners, questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand we have Mr. Bob Carson here, who's an expert in water quality.
I'm an amateur.
Better than me.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Carson, thank you for being here tonight. In reading the materials, I understand that the County of Ventura handles the industrial waste, hazardous waste issues for the city, and for the county. Can you maybe explain what the...
Yes.
Okay. So
hazardous waste generation manifesting, yes. As an industrial waste division in the Public Works Department, we monitor the use of those materials and or their pretreatment before disposal to the sewer.
Okay, so that's what my question was, because apparently there's going to be a lot of industrial waste here and going down to the treatment plant. The presenter is indicating that the pH seems to be the critical factor here, and all the other materials and such that are going through this process seem to be not an issue. Do you concur with that it's really pH and that the issues have been addressed or will be addressed with the pretreatment process?
From what we know of the operation, yes. This is not an industry that's widespread, that there's been oodles of precedent that we know about. From what we know from the materials that have been presented, yes, pH is the largest issue. That's also the most easy to control. We have our industrial discharge limitations are from 6.0, which is just below neutral, to 11.5. Their processed water will be probably 14 when they make it. It'll neutralize to some degree as they use it, but it's probably still going to be over 11.5. They'll need to add their pretreatment chemical to bring it down below 11.5, and they're free to discharge to the sewer at that point. We've also asked for the screening for solid materials to be screened out of the effluent, should there be any that get drawn up into that waste stream.
Okay. So that you don't foresee any issues as far as the city's concerns are, that they seem to be falling within the standards, and all that's been addressed.
The only other element that we've seen is BOD, which is biochemical oxygen demand, which is essentially organic loading. It is high, it's rich, but we're talking very modest quantities.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to be giving us 300 gallons a day. Amgen gives us 700,000 gallons a day. So there's an order of magnitude for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome.
Commissioner Roundtree.
Mr. Carson, try to visualize behind me is 100,000 residents, and somehow I picked the short straw to ask you this question. And it's all about fear. Anything that's new generates fear. So having gone through this the first time, my initial thought was, in my backyard concept? And as that person that was asked to ask you this question, do we have any safety issues here that you're aware of? Things that I should be concerned about? Things that I should go talk to my planning commissioner, city councilman about opposing something for safety reasons?
Are they using materials of concern? Absolutely. I mean, caustic soda is a chemical of concern. It needs to be handled carefully. From the city's perspective, what I appreciate is there aren't floor drains in the area. It is a flat, dry floor. So if there are spills, they're fairly easy to contain before they get to the sewer system. Yes, there are always wastewater issues in terms of backups. You have that concern of a public health issue no matter what's going down the sewer. You've got fecal waste and human waste. That's a concern in any kind of mixed-use, multi-tenant facility. You always have concerns with what your neighbors are doing. You don't know what's going down the sewer from their facility either. So, yes, it always presents a risk. There is a potential there, no matter what kind of operation is going on, if there's a wet process and a discharge. Do we think that they've mitigated what they presented to us? Yes, I do.
So if the few people standing behind me are saying, no, the city is just doing this so they can make money, they don't really care about our safety, you would respond to them by saying what?
I'm not sure where all that money's going to be coming from, but if we're doing it to be pro-business, I think they presented to me, I approached it as a neutral party. I want to be convinced that they're operating in a safe and effective manner, and they've done that.
And given the fact that the neighbor across the street, Amgen, produces far beyond the levels that you've described, based on your expertise, you're in support of this?
Yes, I'm not opposed to it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Roundtree. In order to say your name, I have to look at it. Mr. Shevik, did you want to respond to anything that you heard between the commission and staff?
No, I think I think we're completely in line with.
That's fine. Okay. Because if you did, I need you to speak into the mic. So, all right, great.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. All right, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing. Now it's time for commission conversation. It's a long night, and or motion. So, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. I think, and I'm not putting words in the mouths of the other commissioners, but I think when we all first read this report, I was taken back by the process. But this is a business. This is a business that has met all the city's requirements. They're not asking for anything special, any waivers. I spent a lot of time in that area. I know where the cartwheel place is. There was a big something going on at the martial arts studio when I was by there again. I think it was on Sunday. I was there earlier in the week. And that was the only activity. I saw Mr. Zeller's truck out in front of his business, and there were a couple of letters in opposition from two gentlemen by the name of Zeller. But with that, I'm going to move approval of SUP 2013-70098 with the findings and conditions as in the report. So.
Commissioner comments to the motion? Commissioner Ferris?
Yeah, I know. I too, as Commissioner Reynolds said, you sort of get this one in front of you, and you kind of say, "Really? This is, you know." I thought it was about building buildings and protecting open space, and so we've got. I don't. Was it aquamation? That's the word that was used. The challenge we have here is that in particular areas to where types of uses are allowed, we have to review for special use permits whether. We have to make findings that it's consistent with the general plan and that it would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, general welfare because it complies with the development standards and it meets the conditions that have been applied to there. And I think that staff has provided us, while a very difficult, maybe sensitive type of case that we have in front of us, I think they've been very effective in dealing with it and providing the straightforward nature of the information we have in front of us. So for that reason, I'll support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ferris. Commissioner Nichols, Commissioner Roundtree? No other comment? All right. For the same reason as Commissioner Ferris, as he so eloquently does and describes the position, he's absolutely correct as to what the purview of this board can do. So with that, too, I'm going to support the motion. Everybody in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And I have to add on that there is a 10-day right of repeal to the City Council through the Community Development Department.
Motion passed 5-0.
Now, it is getting late. There's a lot of people here for Case 6C. I'm going to ask the Commission. Normally, we might want to take a break, but I think considering the number of people here, we should continue on. So can I ask the Secretary, is that okay with you guys? To continue on and not take a break? Because 5 minutes? A 5-minute? Yeah. Can we make it 2?
Talk to him, but that's good.
Okay. Then we'll recess for 2 minutes. Yeah. Just for fun.
happy. He was rubbing his little hand on the bed.
Okay, welcome back to the City of Thousand Oaks Planning Commission. And if I can have you all take your seats and have the secretary call case 6C, please.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6C regarding case HSG 2012-70310, applicant City of Thousand Oaks, request housing element update, location citywide.
Thank you very much. And I have 4 speaker cards on this case. Oh, I have 6 speaker cards in this case. Oh. And first we'll go over to Mr. Spector. Jeff Spector, you're going to give us a rundown on what you've done.
Yes, Chair Tropel and members of the Planning Commission, I'll try to be... It's green. Oh, now it's a brighter green. Hello, Commissioner Tropel and Planning Commission. I'll try to be brief because the hour is getting late. This is a hearing concerning the housing element update that runs from 2014 to 2021. And the purpose is to provide a recommendation to the City Council. And I should point out that the housing element's a mandatory element of the general plan, and periodic updates are required by state law at least every 5 years. And I mentioned this runs from 2014 to 2021. All housing elements, as required by state law, have to have certain contents. And that includes an assessment of housing needs, analysis of land and financial resources for developing new housing, and an analysis of constraints on the development of housing, a review of the programs of the previous housing element update, and basically a listing of housing programs for this housing element update. With regard to housing needs, what's required is an analysis of population growth, household composition, like household size, for example, income, employment, overpayment, and an analysis of the needs of persons with special needs, such as homeless and disabled persons. And what we learned is that the growth rate is slowing, and this shows from census information from 1990 to 2000. We were growing at a rate of over 12%, and from 2000 to 2010, we'd slowed down to just over 8%. And I would wager that the last the last few years of the decade were much slower than the first few years. We also learned that the percentage of non-family households has been increasing. And this slide emphasizes that. You can see that the percentage of households without children under 18 has increased, as well as the percentage of people who are single and live alone. Now, most of the homes in this city happen to be, like in the upper left-hand corner, single-family detached, rather than apartments in the upper right, townhomes in the lower left, and mobile homes in mobile home parks in the lower right. As you can see here, the percentage from 2000 to 2010 increased from 66% in 2000 to 68% in 2010. We also found that the median age has increased from just under 38 years to just over 41 years, and that there's a substantial increase in the numbers of people well, I would say 45 plus. We also did an analysis regarding employment, and we found that the unemployment rate in the city is relatively low, but just an interesting side note that there's a large percentage of people who are not in the labor force for a variety of reasons. When you look at employment in the city, it's noteworthy that we have, the city enjoys a high percentage of good paying jobs. And as a result, the household income in the city is relatively high. You can see that a large percentage of the households in Thousand Oaks make $75,000 a year or more. That's not to say there isn't significant numbers of folks who make less than $50,000. And it's quite clear that many people are overpaying for housing at all income levels. The problem is particularly severe for renters, and it's particularly severe for people who make less than $50,000 a year, where you see in many cases, particularly renters, are paying tremendous amount, a tremendous percentage of them are overpaying for housing. So we're lucky enough that the city does have or offer opportunities for affordable housing. Most of these units have been constructed with the help of the Area Housing Authority or Many Mansions, which is a private nonprofit, and there's over 1,000 affordable units in town. In addition to that, there's a sizable number of households that receive assistance in the form of Section 8 vouchers. And this is a slide just shows a range of affordable housing projects in the city. I don't think I need to go into any more detail than that. This housing element and all housing elements also have to include a discussion of the needs of homeless persons. Now, when the report was written, the most recent count we had of homeless in the city was in 2012, and they found 41 people living on the street on the particular day they did the survey, and 49 were in shelters or transitional housing. We also discuss the housing needs of the elderly, and I point out that over 14% of the population in Thousand Oaks are 65 or older. The housing element is required to discuss the housing needs of persons with disabilities, and there was a new requirement for this housing element to address the housing needs of persons with developmental disabilities. And we found, according to the regional center, that there's 396 individuals with a developmental disability, which can be autism or mental retardation, cerebral palsy. Those are examples. And then quite a number of people, over 11,000, reported a disability when they responded to the American Community Survey, which is related to the census. Most of those were elderly people, and these are self-reporting disabilities. That's physical, hearing impairments, visual impairments, every kind of a disability. One of the subjects that's hardest to get our hands around and understand how to relate to has to do with a requirement under state law that requires all cities to accommodate a certain share of the regional need for housing. That's known as the RHNA, short for Regional Housing Needs Assessment. It starts with a number that's floated by the state based on their assessment of growth during this planning period, and then each region gets an allocation from that state number. In this case, we're in the SCAG region, Southern California Association of Governments. They distribute a portion of that number to the county and then a portion to the city. Not only is there a gross number, but there's also separate allocations by income category. That would be lower, moderate, and high, above moderate. Now, the thing that is often confused with this RHNA is there's a misunderstanding. The city is not required to build the housing that's in our number, but the city is required to have appropriate zoning to allow that housing to be built. And for the lower income category, which is most difficult to address, there's actually with respect to zoning, there's a default that the zoning that allows 30 units per acre, 30 dwellings per acre, is considered suitable for the lower income housing. What are we talking about for lower income, at least in 2012? We're basically looking at households that make up to 80% of the median area, the median income for the county, and so that 80% figure is $67,650, and that's a 4-person household. So what is our number that SCAG gave the city? It gave us the numbers at the top, which on the top row, which total 192. But there's a provision in the law that says if you have not met the RHNA through rezoning, we're required to do some rezoning from the prior period. You have to add it to this period. So we added 63 units. So that left us with a total of 255 units for this planning period. And what we have to show is an inventory of land that shows how we met the RHNA or didn't meet the RHNA. And that includes projects that have been approved, underutilized sites, like a site that maybe has one house, but the zoning allows more, vacant land, and I forgot to add pending projects, pending affordable housing projects. And we we also analyze financial resources for affordable housing or for housing in general. So here's an example of an approved project that's actually already partly underway. The Area Housing Authority has a site on Los Feliz Drive that I think they're pouring foundations very soon. But the total of all the approved projects is 279 dwellings. Underutilized sites, this is just showing that there's some properties, fairly large lots, that have 1, 2 houses or some other use that could be redeveloped. And then vacant land, which is the majority of it, scattered around the city. And the last is pending affordable housing projects. There happens to be one that's on the south side of Hillcrest Drive that's just in the early stages of processing. It's a senior housing project by Many Mansions. The results of this analysis shows that the city has enough land, more than enough land, to satisfy the RHNA allocation. You can see all the way in the last row to the far right, there's a surplus of over 1,300 dwellings. And in all categories, there's a surplus of ability to meet the RHNA. So the other item that the law requires us to look at is financial resources. Many of us know that the primary funding source for affordable housing in the city in the past was the Redevelopment Agency, but that was dissolved by the state in 2002. It's no longer available. There are still federal sources and some state, but primarily federal, including community development block grants, Section 8 vouchers, and financing through tax credits for those that invest in affordable housing projects. And the city has a social services endowment fund and a affordable housing trust fund. The law requires, and the housing element includes, an analysis of constraints on the development of housing. It includes zoning and fees, which are governmental constraints. These are found not to be significant, and non-governmental, which is basically the cost of building housing and the purchase of land. The element also includes an evaluation of how we fared with the previous housing element, and we did quite well. Most of the action programs were accomplished, including zoning. We created zoning for emergency shelters. We provided incentives to build on small and underutilized lots, and we revised our parking standards. And with the dissolution of the redevelopment agency, a few of the objectives and programs were not accomplished. This housing element excuse me, has an action plan with 14 programs, which included a continuation of some from the prior housing element, assisting affordable housing partners, continuation of fair housing programs, and special assistance for agencies that help the elderly, the disabled, and the homeless. We also added a few new programs, one to encourage those entities that provide affordable housing to give special priority to the needs of people with disabilities. Also to manage the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is a fairly recent creation, and to consider resetting the inclusionary housing in lieu and non-residential linkage fees. These are opportunities to collect fees in order to build up the housing trust funds. It'd be the source, a primary source of revenue. Now, it is required by law in the state of California that the Department of Housing and Community Development must review all housing elements, and we did submit this housing element to the state. And there's, I believe, an attachment to the staff report with a copy of a letter that from the state HCD that determined that this housing element does comply with the law. So staff's recommending that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council approve this element, this update for 2014 to 2021. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer questions, should you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Spector. Any questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Spector, thank you for going through that. It was a very detailed and comprehensive report, and also for the housing element. Thank you for putting that together for us.
You're welcome.
There are a couple of questions. Learning from personal experiences, my daughter and son-in-law were attempting to purchase a home earlier this year. They were faced with a lot of investment companies scooping up homes right and left and rotating those into rentals. Last count, I think they had purchased, the one company had purchased 150 homes in the county. Have you had any input from either the state or local folks as to what type of an impact that has on our local community? Is now people who want to go out and buy homes can't compete with this free-flowing cash out there, and now that realm of homes are now taken off the market and people can't even buy them, and so that next step up now is removed from our housing stock. Is there any data to support what type of impact that might have on our community?
I think it's just, I can just say anecdotally that especially on the other side of the hill, some of these large companies have purchased quite a few homes, but it's been a problem throughout the state, where particularly in the lower priced homes, $300,000-$400,000, that and below, investors of all types, large companies and individuals, have been able to outbid with cash other prospective buyers, and it certainly makes the lower priced homes out of reach to people in the lower rungs of income. Absolutely. Of course, it happened in the past, but probably not at this level. This level's, in my experience, we haven't seen it like this.
Yeah, my concern is going to push those people out of our community. The ones that want to buy a house here will now have to go elsewhere.
The good news is that there's more housing stock for rent.
True. Yeah, there's a pro and a con to that. I appreciate that. The other thing I had, in noticing at the projects that we've had come through for affordable housing, senior housing and whatnot, and then looking at the available land, it seems like it's largely concentrated in the area in town between Urbs and Duesenberg, Hillcrest, and T.O. Boulevard, where it seems that like it would, in fact, I think if I remember right, even in the element, it says we should try and disperse that as best we can throughout the city, but it's definitely, in my review, becoming very focal and targeting that part of town where that's becoming our hub of all these projects. Is there something we need to do as a commission or as a city to look at that to see how we can disperse that and make sure we are equally represented, where we don't have everyone living in one part of town but they need to go shopping or working elsewhere, and now we're forcing them into finding transportation?
Are you talking about projects just in the recent past, or are you talking about in the long run? Because if you look at affordable housing projects over the years, if you look at it on a map, over there in the area of Moore Park and Wilbur, there's quite a few there as well. But that's where the zoning is in the general plan as well for higher density housing. It's also coincidental that these are areas where we have a large percentage of underutilized land, where we have some lots, sizable lots that are zoned that would allow multiple family, and there's a single house on it. So it's largely a consequence of the availability of land with suitable zoning.
And are there some future repercussions that we should be concerned about if this all builds out in this way, where now we have a very concentrated population in a certain area? What would be the ramifications of that?
Well, that's why we do long-term planning and in the general plan, is we look to see what the ultimate build-out would be. The main issues might be traffic would be a typical concern, but I don't know if there's other considerations. It's also important that if we have affordable housing and higher density housing, that it be in the parts of town that have commercial availability of services, transit, and shopping, and that's where this higher density housing is proposed. So there's a pretty good match in that respect.
Okay, and one last thing, just looking at some of your figures, I noticed that there was a drop in the under 18 category. Is that because we're having less kids, or because the kids under 18 are just moving out, or the families with kids under 18 are not in town, they're elsewhere? Any ideas as to?
That's my gut feeling, is they're seeking employment somewhere where they can afford a home is one of the issues. There's also a tendency, and I don't even have statistics to back it up, it's just my gut feeling, that a lot of young people are looking for new and exciting places to live where there's lots of fun stuff to do in an urban environment. And there's a tendency of a lot of people to try to find housing in more urban environments. So it's probably both, and certainly with the economic situation that people find themselves in, people having fewer kids.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of staff? Thank you, Mr. Spector. Great job.
Thank you.
And I have 6 comment cards. And because we have 6, according to protocol, you'll each have 4 minutes. And so I want to start with Catherine Goodspeed. And if you could state your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Sure. Catherine Goodspeed, Thousand Oaks. Thank you, Commissioner Nichols, for that observation of the concentrated amount. There is some area that's zoned in the East Hillcrest area that we're concerned about. And as a resident of the Los Feliz Hillcrest community area, I would like to know if there's a document certified by the city under the California Environmental Quality Act that evaluates the effect of the projects proposed on East Hillcrest Drive. With these projects causing more traffic, police, rescue, and ambulance services, this must be taken into consideration. If the Many Mansion project is okayed, which takes in people from other cities in the county, why is Thousand Oaks taking on the burden which other Ventura County cities should be absorbing? A letter has been written to the city requesting the status of the EIR report. However, there has been no response. When and where will this document be available for public review? And will the EIR report be done by an independent party? With the chair's permission, I would like to provide my written comments to the clerk, and thank you for your consideration.
Please do. Do we have any questions of the speaker? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Jim Wolf. Mr. Wolf, your name and city of residence for the record, please.
My name is Jim Wolf, and I'm from Thousand Oaks. And thank you to Chair and Commissioners and staff. It's been a whale of an evening. We learned how to hug a tree. We did not learn what the color. What's that color you call it? It isn't even a color. Earth tone. We didn't learn whether it was a color, even if it wasn't. And we learned your dog might be growing carrots someday. But we're really concerned, as you know, we're on this topic of especially the Many Mansions proposal off of Hillcrest, the new proposal. And you surely remember when Thousand Oaks was number 1 or number 2 in public safety. We always fighting with Simi Valley. Well, now it's not true anymore. We're down to number 6, and we're dropping like a rock. And furthermore, the about 1/3 of the total cities in the country are safer places than Thousand Oaks now. And that was never so in the past. And all of this has occurred before we've created this high-density, low-income corridor slipping down through between Los Feliz and Hillcrest. And so this... If you've been out east, I think most of you have been east or from the east or the Midwest, you can see in the past where cities have virtually designed slums, so to speak, or ghettos, a class of people that would take over an area. And no cities do this anymore. Rather, the low-income housing is dispersed throughout the city or throughout an area, which makes it much more easy to provide city services such as policing and fire and other services. So it just brings up some questions for me. And the first question is that why didn't I bring my glasses? And I think I'll borrow Kathy's. We share things, and in the dinner time we share our teeth. So anyway, this is much better. Thank you, Kathy. So why does the city believe it's a good idea to convert a quality community into a high-density, low-quality environment? And why do city officials destroy the property investments of its citizens by devaluing their assets that they put their life savings into? And why does the city believe it's a good thing to import the citizens of other cities to the detriment of their own citizens? We do know that the people are coming from East Ventura, from the valley into here, and we think we should think of our own citizens first. Why does the city believe the addition of several high-density units will not be a burden on the services for its current citizens? And why would the city propose budget cuts for fire and police at the same time they're creating vast increase in population densities? So, and why would the city believe the Hillcrest corridor can still accommodate the emergency services for the current residents, and which also happens to be a route to that area by fire and ambulance, and also is a route out of there to Los Robles Hospital? And finally, why would the city make decisions affecting so many residents without actively soliciting opposing views which can expose future consequences? So we do not question the goodwill of the commission or of the planning committee. They have our respect. We don't question the concept of many mansions. We think it's a good idea. 6 of them in our neighborhood is not a good idea. 1 in our backyard, all right, but we can be a little NIMBY when we get this many. And also, we do, however, question the veracity of many mansions management. And this is based upon comparing their sales pitches with the actual performance that we witness in the neighborhood and what we've interviewed people about. So we're afraid that Many Mansions' credibility is virtually zero, and you can understand why we are a little suspicious when we build a complex of low-income housing that costs $433,000 per apartment to build. This is a bit over the normal, like over double.
Mr. Wolf, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, thank you for your attention. With Chair's permission, I'd like to present my written comments to this clerk.
Please do. Thank you so much.
Again.
Any questions of the speaker? Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. And the next speaker is Vic Abrunzo. And your name and city of record, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victor Abrunzo. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm a Vietnam-era vet, tired, old, over 65 person. And more pertinent to this, I used to drive a moving van in Connecticut. I've seen slums and how they were created and how they became safety horrors. And watching Hyden on Many Mansions, on a second Many Mansions, on the other area agency facilities, co-located, I think that's the word that comes to mind, presents to me a foreseeable consequence of legal, safety, ambulance issues which are going to haunt this city. As a general matter, I am concerned about the housing element because it doesn't address the net effects that all of these senior, low-income, disabled, handicapped facilities are going to have in that Hillcrest Los Feliz corridor. Nobody has explained to me how those old folks are going to conveniently get to food, medical care, mental health care, and vice versa, get fire and ambulance to them as they are packed one upon another. I did go to the Many Mansions presentation, and because they didn't want us to park in their lot, I had the occasion to walk about a block and a half west after the meeting. I was accosted by no less than 3 different neighbors who told me about all the commitments that Many Mansions made in order to get through the planning process that were never fulfilled or never completely fulfilled, like the trees to bury the lights, the height elements, the safety elements. I listened to Mr. Rick Schroeder tell me how there were people on duty at all times. And because I'd made an arrangement with Bambi on his office to drop off some books for the kids, I went to the property the next day. and couldn't find anybody except the custodian and found that the office was locked during normal business hours. So like Mr. Wolf, I have some real concerns about the commitments Many Mansions is making to the neighborhood. And when I look at Mr. Spector's numbers on how many homeless there are in the community, I wonder why we're addressing so many, since that seems to be more than Thousand Oaks' representative 5% of the homeless population. More particularly with respect to the housing element, I want to thank Mr. Ferris because the derogatory remarks about Rancho Mobile Home Park are not there anymore. Unfortunately, no remarks are there about how 70 facilities for senior citizen, low-income people have been eliminated from the available units in this community and what has been done about it. I would tell you as an accountant, I know that if I was doing audited reports, I would have to report on all the risks that were involved. One of the major risks is litigation. You have litigation about the Ranch Mobile Home Park, and it's not addressed here at all. I think you've got some details that have been omitted that are reasonably appropriate, and I don't think any one of the senior or handicapped projects, and specifically the next Many Mansions and the Hyden, should go forward without detailed environmental impact reports that address how those people are going to be served by the community and how the community is going to serve them, co-located as proposed. I hope that haven't gone over too long, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Any questions of the speaker? Next up is Larry Kerrigan.
Larry Kerrigan, Thousand Oaks. Chairman, commission members, staff members, and fellow residents. I've lived in Thousand Oaks now since 1969, been very active in the community and love this area, and will probably live the rest of my years here. But I believe that we have all, and we're all concerned about the housing element for the city, and we need to provide housing. And I want to thank the staff for presenting and putting together the report. But I have a lot of concerns about the concentration of the kind of housing we're looking to develop in the area between the west of east of Herbs Road, west of Duesenberg, north of Hillcrest, and south of Hillcrest. In the area of the Duesenberg-Hillcrest, there's already a concentrated area of housing, high-density housing, commercial buildings, industrial buildings, and whatnot. And we don't want to see that moving further to the west along the Herbs, Hillcrest, Canal School Road. We already have a number of traffic issues and high traffic peak times. Traffic builds up in the morning and the afternoons, and it's hard for a lot of us to get out of our driveways along our streets because it's brittle. And despite the police working on trying to make no U-turns and various things and various aspects of it, people don't pay attention to it. It's just been an issue. And there's been a lot of traffic accidents. It's more than, I think, the average intersection along that area. And there were real safety issues. And we don't see that the single-family area that's been designated for so long should be changed to make these accommodations out of proportion to the overall area of the city. On the north side of Hillcrest, between Canal School and I think west of Lone Oak Drive, about 280 acres were rezoned back in 1977 from a multiple number of zones to HPD zone. And the commission and the council at the time did that to have more control over development and to limit development in that area because they look at the pristineness of the area and they wanted to protect it. And I think that was a wise move. Now we're looking at increasing density in an area that the previous city commission and a council deemed to be more, I'm not going to use the word open space, but certainly more single-family, larger lot development. And so we have a lot of concerns about these things going forward, and I think the staff should go back in and look at a better disbursement through the city that the residents in this area would feel more comfortable with. We don't feel the burden. We want to help. We love Mini Mansions. It's been an incredible group and corporation and a nonprofit through the years and meeting many needs. And I think it's a fantastic group. We're looking at a project on the corner of Lone Oak and Hillcrest called the Hyden Project for assisted living, 125 units, which is ridiculous. 98,000 square feet they're proposing, a 3-story building, 50 feet tall, and already about 10 feet above Hillcrest. And it's just overdevelopment. And I know it's not here, and this is not part of the meeting tonight, but it adds to the concerns that we have over this whole area. We have a community now. And we're not looking to, it's a kind of not open space, but single family, well-maintained area. And we don't really want to see a lot of high-density development. And so I would ask that the commission consider these things and address these issues with the staff to review the report before it goes to city council, that we could make sure that the distribution for these kind of housing is more appropriate throughout the whole community and not concentrated in one area.
Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you very much. Next up, William Ox. Did I pronounce that correctly?
It's actually Oaks.
Oaks.
But thank
you should have spelled it differently.
I go by Bill. My name is Bill Oaks. I'm from Thousand Oaks. And I happen to live on East Hillcrest Road, a little off of that, in the community. And like others tonight, I am kind of concerned about some of the density. I did want to clarify one thing first. I think I heard when Mr. Spector spoke that you classified these areas as high density. Did I understand that correctly? Because in my information, they're both where these developments would be are low density currently.
He'll be able to answer that after you finish speaking.
Thank you. All right. Well, these developments that are proposed off East Hillcrest Drive, they're just not right for the community, and I think the residents that would be forced to live into them. They're actually both for seniors, and yet there's not the infrastructure needed currently to support that. It's very difficult because of the sidewalks and road conditions for elderly currently we have in our neighborhood to get back and forth, especially if they have vehicles like carts to get back and forth. But the services aren't very close. There's not a close supermarket. There's not close medical. You have to go down to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, which is, again, difficult to even get to because of the road conditions we currently have. So it's just not a good fit for the individuals there. There's other locations that are much better suited. There's other properties that are closer to the various services these individuals would need. It's almost taking these individuals and putting them almost in, unfortunately, kind of a prison-type environment, which is not good. Some of the locations we've been actually trying to help out and find some of them. There are some properties there's one off of Duesenberg. I think it's 70 Duesenberg. There's one that's 410, 412 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. These are big property areas that are close to a lot of services, shopping, supermarkets. People have mentioned about, well, they could take a bus to get to the shopping. Well, that's going to be a very expensive shopping trip for, say, a gallon of milk if somebody needs that. So it just doesn't seem a good fit. It's even the school's role will be diminished. It's unfortunate the properties haven't been developed as intended for single-family homes. That the idea would be that families would come in and have kids, and then the middle school and elementary school would have kids, and that would also support and grow the community. That the school has already been diminishing enrollment, especially with Caneo Elementary, and now if we take that away from it and have seniors in there, then that part of it's gone too, that sense of community with family. Let's see, I have some other notes here, but that's people have talked about some of the other items I was concerned about. There's another proposed area that I wanted to bring up. It's actually the school at 310 East Kelly Road, which the city already owns as a property. This seems like a great spot. There's already shopping, there's medical concerns, there's other items as restaurants, and this is a place the city already owns. This seems like a great place that the city could work with various developers, probably even many mansions, build what they need, have everything contained, probably even work in keeping the school part of it in that location too, and probably everybody would be happy at that point. This also fits into trying to distribute some of the spots around instead of having it concentrated in the area that most of the people here live in right now. I'm done. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Oakes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our last speaker is Phil. Help me out.
He actually had to leave.
He did. Okay, that saves me. All right, and with that, thank you all for taking the time to speak, and I guess we go back to staff.
Well, I'll try to. I think most of these comments are related to the proposals on Hillcrest Drive, the assisted living project, and the senior housing project, and they're sort of will have to be analyzed and stand on their own merit. This housing element does not remove any discretion on the part of the city to do the environmental work that's required, to do the analysis, and look at each of them on their own merits. The assisted living project isn't part of the housing element at all. It's an institutional use, and it's not discussed at all. There is a mention of the Many Mansions project, that it's a pending affordable housing project, and it's just a recognition of that fact. But that project is not necessary to meet our regional housing needs assessment number. So I think those projects are a separate matter than the housing element update. I don't know if Mark Town would like to add to it, anything I've said.
No, just to concur that each of those projects will go through its own environmental review process that will consider traffic, et cetera. They both will require a zone change to allow the higher density in the project. The senior affordable housing project would also require a general plan amendment as well. So those are legislative actions that will come before this body for a recommendation and then go on to the council later. In terms of the number of sites in this general vicinity, in my experience, it's more a reflection of the availability of land in that area of a suitable size for these types of projects. The Many Mansions has gone out and looked at various sites, and staff will talk to them about what's been discussed tonight. Encourage Many Mansions to obviously watch the video of tonight's meeting to hear all of your concerns firsthand. But it's my understanding that they do look at multiple sites. Nonetheless, we will revisit that issue with them in terms of the best fit. So it's not that this area is being targeted by the quote-unquote city for lower income projects. It's more a function of the availability of land. I think in all these cases, the sites are identified first as or by affordable housing providers, including Many Mansions and the Area Housing Authority. The project at the northeast corner that was referred to as Hyden, that's not an affordable project. It's an issue of a change in type of project, because right now it's single-family dwellings and it's an assisted living project. So that's a slightly different, issue. But we understand what your concerns are, and we'll discuss those with Many Mansions and also relay those to Hyden, the applicant for the assisted living project as well.
Excuse me, I should point out there was a question about when we mentioned that in the area around Los Feliz and Hillcrest, that we had a concentration in that part of town and generally in general of higher density housing and affordable housing. And I mentioned that we have higher density general plan designations and medium density general plan designations in that area. But it is true that this Many Mansions project is not currently high density, and the Hyden assisted living project is not as well.
Thank you, Mr. Spector. Are there any questions of staff? Commissioner Nichols, you're looking like you had something to say.
Well, it's not so much a question for staff, it's a question of what do we do? Again, I voiced a concern, and I hear it repeated time and time again, and it seems to be that that's just where the land happens to be. And I'm thinking, well, does that make it right? Just because the land is there and it's available there, I don't think that's necessarily makes it right. And I guess that concerns me. I think that's why I'm asking, what can we do or what should we do to make sure this is not, a focal point or concentration that, what appears to be, and Mr. Spector pointed out that there are other locations, but at least in our current environment, this seems to be the repository for all these sites. And it just concerns me that that's going to be the way that this is looked at for quite some time, and it seems like we should, take some action. I'm not sure if it's this element or what, but it seems like this is an issue that needs to be addressed and not just passed off to, we'll take care of it when we see these next two projects. I think that's a little bit short-sighted. So it's more of a concern than anything else.
Mr. Town, I'm just thinking that with what's before us tonight with the housing element doesn't address those type of things. Is that correct?
Yeah. The issue before us tonight is a recommendation to the City Council on the housing element. The Many Mansions project is identified as a pending project in this housing element. That confers it no rights, benefits, etc. It will stand on its own merits, and the way to deal with it is through the vote of the Planning Commission and the City Council. I mean, that's the ultimate way that such projects are addressed. Tonight we are dealing with a much broader issue of capacity for housing of all types, including lower income, a variety of housing programs which are addressed in detail in the element. So that's the subject of tonight's hearing. Again, we do not have the Many Mansions project in front of us. We do not have the Hyden project in front of us. We understand your concerns, but Hyden is not even part of the housing element, and the Many Mansions project is just identified as a pending project. That's it. So the correct way to deal with those is through the environmental analysis, the planning analysis of those two projects on their own merits, and then the votes by this body and by the City Council ultimately on both.
And so what you're saying, that the discussion and the concerns we were hearing tonight would be good to bring those back when and if those projects came before us.
Well, absolutely. But in the interim, it's time well spent, because then these concerns are forwarded to Many Mansions and to the applicant for the assisted living project. So they can hear it directly from all of you and consider that as they move forward. We don't have either of those cases yet scheduled for hearing yet. We will let you know as soon as possible, as soon as that is known. But that is not scheduled yet, so I can't even give you a date. But we do have the information at City Hall. You're welcome to come down and look at the files if you so desire, and it will give you the elevations and grading plan concepts, etc. But at this point, staff is really just beginning the review of the Many Mansions project. The Hyden project has been in for a longer period of time, but the environmental analysis on that still needs to be completed. So those are both projects that are in flux right now.
Thank you, Mr. Town. And Commissioner Nichols, I echo your concerns as well, as I was listening to what was going on. No other question? Oh, Commissioner Roundtree.
I would say, having sat in the audience years ago on issues that concern me, this is how it starts. You come to a meeting, you put your comments in writing, you submit them to the city, and then you come back for the next meeting and do the same thing again, and you do it over and over and over until the message is heard. So congratulations for taking that first step. Now the challenge to all of you will be, don't stop there.
Thanks, Commissioner Roundtree. And with that, no other questions for staff. I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing and ask for commission motion and/or comments. Commissioner Ferris.
All right, thanks. I want to commend staff for providing a very thorough report and the update of the housing element, and we have had, as many of the people have been here during the draft study session that we had, provided comments. Those have been addressed, and now we've had another public review of this. I do think, the planning staff that we have here and has worked here for decades have made an incredibly wonderful city, and it's because of the thorough planning process that we have here. And so, again, I just want to commend staff for the update of the housing element on this. Let me go ahead and make the motion, then I had some comments regarding some of the other stuff that was brought up. So I do recommend, move that we, Planning Commission recommend that City Council approve the 2014 to 2021 Housing Element Update, HSG 2-2012-70310, with the findings attached with the staff report. One of the I think we've heard the specific comments today about some particular projects which Mr. Town has rightfully addressed will have their own specific hearings and environmental review, so you will have the opportunity to be able to come right back to us here. And because there are apparently zoning changes and general plan amendments that are proposed, they will automatically go to the City Council. So there will be at least 2 more opportunities on those specific items. The general questions about should we have some parts of the city that are highly impacted density-wise versus other things, and should we distribute them more around the city? Commissioner Nichols brought that up, and it was echoed in some of the comments here. One thing we could do is, if the city really felt that it was worthy of review, you could sort of look at the land use element for that, I'm assuming, that is really the item of how do we as a general plan land use distribute different densities around the city. I will say this, in being on the commission for, on and off now for almost 15 years, it gets harder to do that when there's build out. Because there's less ability to be able to move where the higher and lower density things are. And I think there has been a kind of a concerted effort over the years that this area between Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Hillcrest and, kind of along there has been the area where we wanted to see the high density. And it's also been kind of coupled with, wouldn't it be great if a lot of people live downtown, so we have the Thousand Oaks Boulevard plan. We've kind of got that now, an actual plan is there. But for, I think, the overall vision of that plan to be there, you would have to have lots of high density. So all these things have been coupled together for a long time. They've been doing it. If there are concerns of people in the residents, you need to end up hearing those things so that the city is, in fact, able to address it. But this has been an issue for a long time, and only with concerted, vigilance by members of the community does the community decision makers get the opportunity to hear all that. So I encourage you to continue to do so, and hopefully you support the motion.
Any other comments to the motion? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to support the motion as well, because I don't think that some of the issues we've talked about are going to be changing because of this housing element. I think there are some other issues at stake here, and as was mentioned, we can address those project by project, and I certainly expect to see you, your wives, your spouses, your kids, your neighbors, whoever else you want to bring to speak as well, because I share those same concerns, and I think we all share some of those concerns as well. So I think there will be opportunities to bring those up. I look forward to hearing from you on those. Again, I do want to thank the staff for an excellent report, and I think because of that report, it kind of brought these things to my attention. And so I appreciate that's the whole purpose of these documents, is to lift these things up for our evaluation and review, and it has done just that. So thank you very much.
And I just want to put out another comment to staff. You did a really great job. This is a difficult situation. I remember going through the draft and how you guys look at this every day and pull it into one report. That is it's really phenomenal. And I will take note that from the letter from the state, they actually feel that way too. To Mr. Prescott, the department appreciates the hard work and dedication of Mr. Town and Mr. Spector and the staff in the preparation of the housing element, and looks forward to receiving the adopted one. So, kudos to you.
Thanks.
And with that, oops, I'm sorry, Commissioner Reynolds.
Just quickly, I'm going to support the motion, but I want to thank the members of the audience for coming down, because I wrote down several things, and I have a lot of questions for many mansions and different things I'd like to see with projects, statistics, police, ambulance, different things like that that I think we haven't thought of before when we see those projects, even though assisted living probably is more of a where they're not going out to the market or driving as much. But you gave me a lot of food for thought on that, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And all those in favor for the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you, Commissioners.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you all for coming out. And if I can get the secretary to open up case 6D, please.
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6D regarding case OS 2012-70048. Applicant, City of Thousand Oaks, request study session on draft update to the open space element of the general plan. Location, citywide.
Okay, and Shelley, there you are. I guess you've got the floor this evening, Miss Austin, so you've got it.
Thank you, Chair Turpel and members of the Commission. So this evening we're here at this late hour to go through the draft update of the open space element.
Miss, can you check to see if your mic's on?
It actually is.
Okay, all right.
Doesn't sound like it is, huh?
All right, sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Okay. So the purpose tonight is for the Planning Commission to review and provide update on the draft update to the open space element of the general plan. This study session will familiarize you and the public, who have left now but are probably watching on TV, with the content of the draft update, and we'd like to solicit initial input from you on the draft.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners? I have 27 cards on this.
Okay, I'll try to be quick here. The open space element is a required element by state law. Its purpose is to identify local planning policies for the use of unimproved land or water for preservation of natural resources, the managed production of resources, outdoor recreation, and the enhancement of public health and safety. The 6 other required elements are listed in the staff report, and the state identifies broad topics to be included in the element, and it's up to local entities to identify topics of local importance for the open space element. The important local topics included in this element are preserving the ring of green or ring of open space, protecting biodiversity, trails, stewardship, and public involvement. Just a little historical background here. The first open space element was adopted by the city in 1972. The city did a comprehensive update to the element in 1996, and the Thousand Oaks city urban restriction boundary text was added in 2000 to the element, but that was not a comprehensive update. So this 2013 update that we are looking at now includes GIS-based maps, updated data and descriptions of the open space areas, a more user-friendly format with all of the policies and implementation measures consolidated into Chapter 5, and there are not many changes to the existing policies. There's one policy that's been deleted because it is no longer relevant, and there are some other minor wording changes to the other policies. The chapters in the element cover 6 main topics. They include the benefits of open space issues, the open space system, policies and implementation measures, action plan to implement the open space element, and the financial plan to acquire and manage open space. The benefits of open space include preservation of wildlife, native vegetation, archaeological sites, scenic resources, and wetland and riparian areas. It also provides outdoor educational opportunities, passive recreation on the trails, and encourages orderly growth and maintenance of the economy and protects public health and safety. So here are some numbers about the open space system. The open space system includes natural land, parks, and golf courses, and the total acreage is 16,813. And of that, natural open space is about 15,155 acres. And the areas with important open space resources listed there total 1,137 acres, and those are areas with open space resources that we recommend are preserved in the future if possible. We have an extensive trail system on the open space system. These are natural surface trails. We have over 140 miles of these multi-use trails, which means that they're for use by all trail users, hikers, bicyclists, and equestrians, as well as trail runners. And we make them accessible to people who use assistive mobility devices as much as possible. So by switching out the trail entrance structures so that people who use these devices can use the trails. And the trails are, of course, an important recreational resource to the community. This is a little bit cut off on top for some reason. Sorry about that. But this shows the open space system. And you can see the dark green is the preserved open space. And then the light green is the golf courses and parks. And then the yellow is the areas with important open space resources that are not actually preserved yet. And this actually can be found in the draft element following page 17 in case you want to look at it a little bit closer. So since the 1996 update, 2,080 acres of open space have been protected. These acquisitions added open space to 18 areas around the city. And the land was acquired through over 50 separate actions and processes over the last 17 years. And it was acquired through diverse acquisition methods, which included all of these: donations, dedication through development conditions, development density transfers, rezonings, tax sale purchases, direct purchases, and amendments to the general plan and to specific plans. And I'd just like to highlight a few of the areas that have been acquired since 1996. I'm not going to go through all of them just because it's kind of late, but I'll go through some of them quickly because it's exciting and this is what we all look forward to, right? So we love our open space. So the first one is the Conejo Canyons, and within the Conejo Canyons, the Western Plateau, Adventist Hill, and Hill Canyon were preserved. That makes up about 416 acres, and those were acquired through various methods, as are listed there: density transfer, general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, donation, and dedication. So a little bit of everything went into preserving those areas. And I wanted to mention that these areas are all shown and called out on, figures 2 and 3 of the draft element. So those maps, you can see they're numbered and This one is Area 3, but there's a list on that map showing the names and the areas. So, all right. The next one is Conejo Ridge. I apologize, the title is getting cut off there, but you can see it on the small screen up there. And 179 acres were preserved in the Conejo Ridge through donation, dedication, purchase, and rezoning. And this is shown as Area 4 in the open space element draft maps. This is La Jolla Open Space. 14 acres were preserved here through the city's rezoning process. And this is located east of the 23 freeway and is identified as Area 11 in the element. Mount Clef Ridge, 141 acres have been preserved, and it was acquired through purchase, dedication, and a conservation easement. This is Area 20 in the element, and this area is located between Wildwood Park and California Lutheran University. This is the Hillcrest area of the North Ranch open space, and this is actually taken from the Skyline open space looking across the freeway to the Hillcrest open space. This is 113 acres that were preserved, acquired through donations and dedications. This is Rancho Potrero. 306 acres were preserved through purchase and through the specific plan number 19, which classified it as open space. And this is basically taken from Dos Vientos Ranch, looking south across Rancho Potrero, and you can see the horses there. There's a string of horses towards Boney Mountain. This is Area 26. Site I, right down the street from Rancho Potrero. This is looking across Lynn Road. Site I is south of Lynn Road. It's 9 acres acquired through purchase by the city. Area 28. And then this is Skyline Open Space. This was actually taken in Skyline Open Space, so you can kind of see the local vegetation there and then kind of across the city there. 30 acres was acquired through many tax sale purchases, a donation, direct purchases, and dedication. This is Vallecito. You can see Vallecito Mobile Home Park there. And this is looking south. Basically, 67 acres were acquired through dedication, direct purchase, and tax sale purchase. And then this is Woodridge Open Space. In the northeast area of the city, it's adjacent to Lang Ranch Open Space. And 622 acres were acquired through dedication. This is a very large area that was acquired. An important aspect of the open space element is open space stewardship, and a few examples of the stewardship that stewardship efforts that we've made over the past few years are the Conejo Canyons Management Plan, which was approved in July of 2010, and is it describes long-term management for over 3,600 acres of open space in the Conejo Canyons. And the COSCA Strategic Plan was approved in June of 2013 and contains COSCA's mission, vision, guiding principles, and implementation actions for long-term management of the open space and the agency. And then the last one there, this is a picture of the Conejo Canyons Bridge, which was installed in 2011 and was one of the top priorities identified in the Conejo Canyons Management Plan as filling a missing link in the trail system that goes around the city. Okay, again, I apologize that the titles are getting cut off, but basically I'm going to talk now about the areas with important open space resources that we would like to preserve. So Figure 3, following page 27 in the draft element, shows these areas with important open space resources. There are 17 areas. They total 1,137 acres, as I mentioned before. And based on their resources, we recommend that they should be considered for additions to the open space system. And acquisition of these this land would help complete the ring of open space and the ring trail. And here is the same figure that you'll see, figure 3 in the element. And also I wanted to mention that table 2 on page 27 of the draft element lists these areas with important open space resources. So you have a few things that you can reference to get more information about all of these. These areas include an 11-acre parcel in the North Ranch area, which is referred to as the Simi Hills in the list, and then a 24-acre area adjacent to the Lake Eleanor open space, which is referred to as Canyon West, and then a 48-acre area adjacent to the Arroyo Conejo, referred to as Rockwell. And those are among 14 other key areas. And this shows the planning process here. So the public review period started July 18th and will go till August 16th. And tonight is the study session of the Planning Commission. And then staff will consider input from the study session tonight and public comments received, and we'll make appropriate changes to the draft and then return to the Planning Commission on September 9th for a recommendation from the Commission to Council. And we plan to bring the element to the Council for adoption in October. In conclusion, the open space element provides a policy basis for the conservation and use of open space land. It is used during the review of development projects and potential open space acquisitions, and this update primarily refreshes maps and data without extensive changes to policies. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Questions of staff? Commissioner Ferris.
Thank you. I've been really ecstatic with the updates of the general plan by including the GIS maps of where everything is. I mean, it is. I really find that it's great that you have a much more exact understanding of what's designated what and what's zoned what. That frustration won't be there for current and future commissioners. So I'm really happy with that. One question I did have is, I guess, looking on figure 3, now that we've actually gone through a recommendation for rezoning of a parcel that I believe is identified in the Skyline Edition K. We may need to revise that map, given what we...
Yes, we'll definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually see the parcel, which is really cool, again, with the new GIS maps and everything. So, that might be something I don't know how that affects the timeline or
we can make that change, definitely, before the next meeting.
That's going to ultimately be contingent upon what the city council chooses to do, right? So, I guess understanding that there's that one little nit based upon what we've just done here. Also, one other thing, and I'm trying to find it, so please be patient with me. I guess it's on page 5, and it's a description of the relationship of the open space element to other general plan amendments. And the last italicized portion talks about text from the Parks Initiative, which was a voter initiative that was approved by the City Council in 1996. It doesn't mention in here, but I don't know if it's appropriate that the parts that initiative amended to the general plan can only be changed by a vote of the people up until its expiration. I know the curb initiative, which is in the back, actually has all that text in it with a specific disclaimer that it can only be changed by vote of the people, and I don't know if it would be appropriate to also make sure that that's in here for this part of it. Yeah.
Yes, we'll add that too.
Okay.
Thank
you.
You mean to put it in both spots, is what you're saying?
Yeah, because I believe it is a component that was approved, as general plan amendment, and so it should be in here to specify that it can only be changed by vote of the people. So. And I don't know. I don't think it did, but did Measure E affect the open space element? I don't remember if it did or not. I think Curb and Parks Initiative did, but I can't remember.
No, it really didn't. The reason that we included the curb is that portion of the code required that it be included in the open space element, hence the year 2000 amendment, but not Measure E per se.
Okay. Other than that, fantastic. These are the cool amendments. The cool elements that you get to be involved with. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too love the maps. These are wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Austin, for your role in putting this together. I've actually got a number of comments, but I'm not going to go through all there's more editorial comments. What I'm going to do is we'll just make a copy and submit it to staff directly. It's just kind of comments go through, if that's okay with Mr. Town.
That should be great.
I do have a couple of things that I would like to point out, however. Under Policy OS-7, the second implementation measure, I would like to suggest that we add design, construct, and maintain trails to minimize disturbance of native vegetation. The reason I bring this up is back in the day when I was learning to appreciate open space from Mr. Burgess, who's been waiting so patiently for us. He was coming from Northern California, where I was oohed and awed by coastal redwoods and their magnificence. He was pointing out to me the magnificence of Dudleya and little things that I had to get on my knees to find. And one of the trails that we hiked on together was the Stagecoach Bluff Trail. And at the time when we hiked on this, which was a few years ago, it was a single track trail that was barely wide enough for us to walk on. Now, I've been leading hikes for about 3 or 4 years now, and that trail is about 20 feet wide now. And I would say, and I'm all for multiple use, largely because of mountain bikes, because they always seek the smoother path rather than the rockier path, and they just make it a little bit wider, a little bit wider. So I have a real pet peeve for that. So anytime I have a chance to interject something, I'd like to do that. So that would be one thing I'd like to see to emphasize, which I know is probably more of a recreation element issue, and I brought this issue up with Jim Friedel as well. But it's one of my pet peeves, and while I'm out there on the trails, I'm going to do what I can for that. The other mitigation measure I have concern about is under, I guess it would be beneath OS-3, and the implementation measure states, apply the open space zoning designation in order to preclude resource production. That appears to conflict with OS 14 and 16, and also even the curb statements itself, where it's supposed to be preserving agricultural opportunities. And yet here, this mitigation measure seems to preclude that. So I think this needs to be revised so it at least remains consistent with our intent, at least elsewhere, to not necessarily promote agricultural use, but not to eliminate it either. So if you wouldn't mind taking a look at that and making sure we're consistent with these various implementation measures, because I know we have a lot of regional value with agriculture, and I think the report does correctly state that Conejo Valley doesn't really lend itself for agriculture, but I think it's probably self-inhibiting, and it doesn't require any rules to further inhibit that. However, I would also like to make sure that the opportunity is there if we ever decide to graze cattle somewhere because we want to reduce the fuel load or something like that. So if that could be addressed as well. And then one, for my ease of looking through this, is it possible to replace the bullet points with numbers or letters in the implementation measures?
Sure.
just to track them a little bit better. And one last comment, and this is more of a reference point, because we talked about the ring of open space, and we've done a great job with that, and I know you folks have done a great job with that recently as well. but it doesn't quite lend itself in context without the regional view. And if we can include some type of a regional map, whether it be county or otherwise, maybe just as a reference, so we can see how it fits into the region as a whole and how our trails interact regionally, or in our open space interacts regionally, I think that would helpful. But we do have a tendency to look at our city limits and sphere of influence and say, oh, what a great job we've done. But we kind of get a little narrow-minded sometimes. So I think some of that regional perspective would help as we see how these tie into the Santa Monica Mountains, into the Simi Hills and whatnot. I think I would appreciate that if we could find something
Sure,
like
that's
that.
an excellent idea.
And other than that, like I said, I've got my other comments, and I will just submit those to Mr. Town for his use and consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Nichols. Any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Ferris.
Now that I think about it, I'm looking at, I guess it's figure 2, where it's got the names of all the different open space areas, and the one that always kind of sticks out to me is number 28, which is Site I. It's so generic. I mean, I know why Site I is there. The Dos Vientos plan, there was Site A and B and C and D and the whole alphabet soup. But maybe this is an opportunity for the council and staff to think about renaming it to
Ferris Gulch or something like that.
something other than Site I.
Yeah. It's been that as long as I could remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
No. Doesn't do that.
It is a draft. Then, excellent job.
Thank you.
Take the next step.
All right.
What was that thing that had to get down on your knees?
Well, there's Dudley, but Mr. Burgess also has a favorite as a Pentakita.
Yeah, Ryan's Pentakita, of course. My personal favorite.
Yes.
Now you know why I didn't go into biology. Oh, my mic wasn't on, so that's it. All right, then what I'd like to do is go back to the agenda and we've got community development reports and referrals.
Just to mention that our next meeting is on September 9th, at which time we will be bringing back this open space element for your recommendation to council, and also the same evening have the safety element for your recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Town. Minutes and resolutions.
Could I ask Mr. Town, since I changed my ticket, we will have a meeting on September 23rd?
We don't have any cases scheduled at this time for that date. We very well will have them, but I can't.
We better.
Okay. Well, then I'll be sure that we have cases. No.
Oh, okay.
We have several in the pipeline. It's just a question of whether they'll be ready for your consideration.
Okay.
And then can I have a motion to approve minutes and resolutions?
Motion to approve.
Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain. Okay. Okay, then but there were no no's on that. So that would be one abstention, and that's right, I forgot you weren't here. Any AB 1234 reports? And any commission comments? Very good. Then we'll adjourn the meeting to 6:30 p.m. on September 9th, 2013. Thank you very much.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Is this what comes to mind when you think of public transportation? Thousand Oaks Transit is new, improved, and ready to serve you more than ever. TOT uses clean burning and low polluting natural gas buses, complete with bike racks, spacious seating, and bilingual drivers. TOT services are offered Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and Westlake area with convenient stops at the City Transportation Center, Civic Arts Plaza, and many shopping centers. So pick up a bus schedule to find a convenient route near you. Next time you need to be somewhere local, let TOT do the driving for you. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places.
You made me cold, and you made me hard, and you made me the thief of your winter Your spirit sings, though your lips never part, singing only to me. The thief of It seems years since you held the baby while I raked the bedroom. You said it was dangerous after Sunday, and I knew you loved me. You things I just became famous, and that's what messed me up. But it's wrong. How could I possibly know what I want when I was only 21? And there's millions of people to offer advice and say how I should be. But they're twisted and they will never be. Any influence on me, but you will always be. You will always be. If I treated you mean, I really didn't mean to. But you know how it is and how a pregnancy can change you. We've seen plenty of clothes that I like, but I won't go anywhere nice for a while. All I want to do is just sit here and write it all down and rest for a while. I can't bear to be in another city. What were you not? I would return to nothing without you if I'm your girlfriend or not. Maybe I was mean, but I really don't think so. You ask if I'm scared and I said so. Now everyone can see what's going on. They laugh because they know they're untouchable, not because what I said was wrong. However it may bring, I will live by my own policies. I will sleep with a clear conscience. I will sleep in peace. Maybe it sounds mean, if your hands were in mine, I'd be sure we'd not sever. My apple tree, my brightness, it's time we were together. For I smell of the earth and am warm by the weather. When my family thinks that I'm safe in my bed from night until morning, I am stretched at your head, calling out to the air with tears hot and wild, my grief for the girl that I loved as a child. Do you remember the night we were lost in the shade of the blackthorn and the chill of the frost? Thanks be to Jesus, we did what was right, and your maidenhead still is your pillar of light. The priests and the friars approach me in dread, because I still love you, my love, and you're dead. But I still would be a shelter through rain and through storm, and with you in a cold grave, I cannot sleep warm. Dark I am, yet lovely as tents of Kedar, as the pavilions of Solomon either. Don't hate me because the sun has darkened me. All my mother's sons were so angry with me. They made me walk the cedars, his mouth so delicious, his fragrance so pleases. Such is my beloved, such is my darling. And if you see him, say my heart is pining for the kisses of his mouth and his flavors. Oh, the king had brought me into his chambers. Say I delight in his love. Say he's the one my soul was. Vast floods can't quench love, no matter what love did. Rivers can't drown love, no matter where love's hid. So when you do find him out, bring him to my mother's house and into the chamber of her who conceived me. Then will he know me, and then will he see me. Tell him that love isn't done. Tell him don't leave me alone. I wanna make something beautiful for you, and from you to show you, to show you I adore you. Oh, you and your journey towards me, which I see, and I say, oh, you push through, mad for you, and because of you, I couldn't thank you in 10,000 years. If I cried 10,000 rivers of tears, I would. You know the soul, and you know what makes it gold. You give life through blood, 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 blood. Oh, blood, blood. Oh, I wanna make something so lovely for you, 'cause I promise that's what I do for you. With the Bible I stole, I know you forgave my soul, because such was my need on a chronic Christmas Eve. And I think we're agreed that it should have been free. And you sighed to me dress the wounds of my poor people as though they're nothing, saying peace when there's no peace. They dress the wounds of my poor people as though they're nothing, saying peace, peace, peace when there's no peace. Days without number, days without number. Now kind of bright, forget her jewels, or made her ornaments. Yet my people forgotten me. Hey, hey, days without number, days without number. And in their want, oh, in their want, and in their want, who'll dress their wounds, who'll dress their wounds. It's been 7 hours and 15 days since you took your love away. I got every night and sleep all day since you took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing, I said nothing can take away these blues. Thank you for hearing me. 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 Thank you for loving 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 me. Which means for saving me. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving me. And for not leaving 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 me. Thank you for staying with 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 me. Thanks for silence 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 with me. Thank you for holding me and saying I could live. Thank you for saying thank you. Thank you for holding me. a lark born only for you, who sings only to you, my love, my love, my love. I am waiting for you, for only to adore you. My heart is for you, my love, my love, my love. This is my grave for you, for only the loss of you, the hurting of you, my love, my love, my love. There are rays on the weather. Soon these tears will have cried. All loneliness have died. My love, my love, my love, and I will have you with me in my arms only, for you are only my love, my love, my love. Well done, ladies. Thank you. Thank you. This is the last day of our acquaintance. I will meet you later in somebody's office. I'll talk, but you won't listen to me. I know what your answer will be. I know you don't love me anymore. You used to hold my hand when the plane took off. 2 years ago, there just seemed so much more. And I don't know what happened to our love. Today's the day our friendship has been stale. and we will meet later to finalize the details. 2 years ago, that seed was planted, and since then you have taken me for granted. But this is the last day of our acquaintance. Oh, and I will meet you later in somebody's office. Oh, I'll talk, but you won't listen to me. I know your answer already. I know your answer already. I know your answer already. Thank you very much. Good night.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Is this what comes to mind when you think of public transportation? Thousand Oaks Transit is new, improved, and ready to serve you more than ever. TOT uses clean burning and low polluting natural gas buses, complete with bike racks, spacious seating, and bilingual drivers. TOT services are offered Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and Westlake area with convenient stops at the City Transportation Center, Civic Arts Plaza, and many shopping centers. So pick up a bus schedule to find a convenient route near you. Next time you need to be somewhere local, let TOT do the driving for you. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places. Tired of high gas prices? Thousand Oaks Transit is here to help you. We operate Monday through Friday, serving Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and the Westlake area. Save big money and give TOT a ride. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places.
your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We're in movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
sconsolata vita, ma che giunge